listeners and readers of AwardsWatch.com. This is the Awards Watch Podcast, episode 290. I'm your executive editor, Ryan McQuade, and joining me, as always, is our editor-in-chief, Erik Anderson.
Hello, hello.
Our associate editor, Sophia Ciminello.
Hi, guys.
Mark Johnson.
Hey, everybody.
And our very special guest, Kevin Jacobsen's back.
That's right. Here we go again. Mamma mia.
Two.
Sorry. Go on.
No, here we go again.
Yeah.
My. Well, we're here
We'll finally
for...
find out who Jodie Foster's father is.
Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Well, it's that. If you can't tell by this episode already, its title, it is part 2 of our Best Actress tier rankings. We released part 1 last week, and we had a nearly 4-hour conversation that was the literal length of Gone with the Wind. So Sophia pointed that out to me. I know we were joking about that, but we did it. So
Vivian Lee possessed the episode, I said. 3 hours and 58 minutes.
Or impact.
We have 49 other winners, and we are going to try to do this reasonably quick, but also we're going to do this with the same in-depth fun that we did in the first episode. How's everybody feeling so far? We have 8 actresses in the tier ranking. We have 7 spots open. We also will probably have some negotiations by the end of the episode for that. But how did everybody feel about the first part? Quickly.
Oh, now you want to go quickly.
Yeah.
It was a good villain origin story for me, I think.
Yes, it was,
first episode.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I had fun.
I thought it was fun too.
Yeah, me too. It was great.
Erik, did you have fun?
Yep.
Okay.
I did have fun. I was kinder to Vivian Lee than I expected to be, and I was appropriately nasty to Janet Gaynor and Louise Reiner, as should be.
And Kate Winslet. My God.
Yeah.
There are a couple I'm
Absolutely.
excited for you to talk about today, Erik.
Yes, same.
One in particular.
Oh, no. Oh,
Mhm.
I mean, I think I know what that one is.
You'll know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot of big names still on the board to talk about, big performances, great performances to talk about, some less so. So let's get right into it and let's do this. So, Sophia, we'll start with you. 1934, Claudette Colbert, It Happened One Night.
Yeah, so our winner was Claudette Colbert for It Happened One Night. The other nominees, we had a write-in campaign here for Bette Davis for Of Human Bondage, Grace Moore for One Night of Love, and Norma Shearer for The Barretts of Wimple Street. I put Claudette Colbert in my A tier. I think this is a really fantastic romantic comedy performance, especially for the time too. I think she's one of my favorite early winners for sure. And I think just what she does with the material hadn't really been done before, and I think is to a really high level, and it's something we see actresses continue to do, I think, throughout the 40s. So I put her in my A tier.
I put her in my A tier as well. I think it's a really great performance. She kind of steals the movie. And we don't get a lot of performances like this that end up winning Best Actress, even from 1934 on. We don't see a lot of comedy performances, but I also just think that she's just got that presence throughout the entire film that carries it forward. So, Mark?
Yeah, I completely agree. I had it in my A tier, and I thought about S tier for her just because, like we talked about early on in the Academy, the winners are pretty rough. A lot of the films are a little bit, of a challenge to get through. And this is one of the 3 years where the Big Five went to the same film. So kind of a big deal, and she's terrific. So I gave it A.
Erik?
Yeah, great film, great performance. This is when the years were finally individual, and then this is also right before it was just a volley back and forth between Bette Davis and Louise Reiner. So it was a good way to kick that off before having the next 4 years be what they were.
Yeah. You give a grade.
A.
Thank you. And Kevin?
I'm going to make it a clean sweep. A for me as well. Yes, very, very deserved win from that lineup, which is a little lackluster on the whole, I will just note. Yeah, she's funny. She kind of sets the template for the classic rom-com heroine performance. So yeah, love it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, she's going in the A tier. We're starting off in the A tier. Our next performer, Mikey Madison for Anora, 2024, our most recent winner. The other nominees were Cynthia Erivo for Wicked, Carlos Sofia Gascon for Amelia Perez, Demi Moore for The Substance, and Fernanda Torres, I'm Still Here. I think Mikey's great in this movie, and I think this is a great win. I know that everybody online has opinions on this and has had opinions since this win. I think that really the thing at the end of why I think Anora won Best Picture is based solely upon her performance, especially in the end, in those last final 10 minutes. It hits you like a freight train. You walk away with her and her journey throughout it. And I would put her in, I mean, if we had a B plus tier, that would probably where it would be at for right now. I would put her in the B tier that could move up to the A tier as time goes on. I don't think it's I think it's a really great performance. And again, more of a comedic performance at times. Very rare to see something like that. Kind of expected it still, like we said back then, to be to me more because of the whole transformation and everything, career narrative. But I'm glad that she won, and it is a very deserving win. So Eric,
Easy A.
easy A, okay.
Easy A tier for me for this performance, for its performance, uh for the type of performance it is, because that just doesn't really win anymore. There isn't even like a recent, I don't think, comp for Madison's win that, and that just makes it kind of more exciting and cool. And as much as the fight was between her and Moore, and for very different reasons. It was kind of funny, the idea of going back to the Hollywood ingenue as the sort of standard for a Best Actress win that we had for so many years, and that 29-year-old average winner that we had for so long, and then the last 10-ish years have leaned to older actresses, older as like over 50. And that was and has been a pretty wonderful era too. But I love this one, and it's A tier for me.
Kevin,
It's a B for me. I think it's a really, really good performance. I think the fact that she is also transforming was not talked about enough, just how quiet and shy she is in real life, and
Yes.
just playing such a brassy character here. It's genuinely impressive to me. I do prefer Demi Moore, and I do prefer Fernanda Torres from that lineup. So that's why I don't quite have it at A yet, but I do think it could be a win that does age well over time. It's just too soon to tell.
I agree with you, Kevin. I agree with you. Mark,
Yeah, that's almost exactly what I would say is Demi Moore and Fernanda, I would put ahead of her. It needs a little more time before I could put her higher than a B, so that's where I would land.
Sophia.
Well, since she's going in B, I'm gonna say A. Just because I do like the performance and think it's kind of deceptive in how tricky it is, because I think that what we see from the beginning, her confidence as she's leading these different men through this club, and then as she, changes throughout the movie and we see her one-on-one relationships and just that pain that falls over her by the end, I think is pretty incredible. And for her to carry the Best Picture winner all season, really, I think is really impressive. And, I would compare her to Judy Holliday. I think that when I watched Izzy of Be Kind Rewind, her great 1950 actress video, she had a brilliant little comparison, I think, at the beginning of that to this, and it just all clicked in for me. So I put her in A too. So I'm going to go A here.
Yeah, it's just all the little moments that Mikey has
Mm-hmm.
that Baker kind of keeps her on frame, and you don't have to really use a lot of dialogue to explain what's going on and how she feels. It's a great film. All right, she's in the B tier. Next up, 2002, Nicole Kidman, The Hours. Erik Anderson, would you kindly read the nominees?
My God, this year,
Mm-hmm.
this may be a shock what my reveal is here. Okay, along with Nicole Kidman was Salma Hayek for Frida, Diane Lane for Unfaithful, Julianne Moore for Far From Heaven, and Renee Zellweger for Chicago.
Erik?
So I have Kidman in my B tier for this. I do really, really, really like this performance a lot. She has great moments. Her yelly moments, her train station are wonderful. Um, it's I maybe would have liked a more Virginia Woolf centric, really centric film for this, as much as I adore this movie. I mean, it's kind of everything that any gay person would ever possibly want in a movie, of cramming all of these incredible actresses together and giving them so much uh, to do and just being extra and being dramatic and falling on the floor and stupid ass Ed Harris jumping out a fucking window. That fucking
Hell
queen
yeah. Hell
trying
yeah.
to upstage all the other queens in this movie, going, nope, I'm dipping out. Bye. Stupid bitch. I swear to God. But I love, 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 love this lineup. It is a classic. I almost brought my 2002 shirt of this to wear this year because one of my very old friend groups began with this year and this season. And so it has always kind of meant a lot to us. And it has one of the greatest Academy photo luncheon pictures with that nasty rattan chair. Oh my God, incredible. But that's all like non-performance related, just, extra stuff around it. It's a great lineup. I love Diane Lane. I love Salma Hayek. I was at first really anti-Zellweger in Chicago and mostly anti-Chicago in general. I haven't been very shy about how I felt about Catherine Zeta-Jones. I know people loved her in that win. I don't. But I've softened on it quite a bit. But the thing that I can't ever be swayed from is that Julianne Moore in Far From Heaven is whatever tier is above S tier isn't even high enough for her here. So that loss is too much for me, even for Nicole Kidman, the kid maniac that I am, to go higher than B.
All right. That was long. Thank you.
I know.
Um,
It was Nicole Kidman. You think I was not going to go long on Nicole
I
Kidman?
could have just muted you, honestly. I could have, but I wasn't. I was thoroughly interested in what you had to say for once. Kevin.
Yes, also a B for me. And I do think this deserves more credit in her filmography than it does. Like, obviously, she has the To Die For and Birth and, Rabbit Hole, these just
Yeah, like
more
15
interesting
performances.
Yes, exactly. I could go on and on, but I do think she's putting in really good work. She's really capturing I think, the heaviness and the depression of Virginia Woolf. So, yeah, it's a really good performance. I, like Erik, feel that Julianne Moore should have won for Far From Heaven. That would have easily been an S tier for me. So that is what's holding me back slightly, but still good win.
Marcus.
Yeah, I go A. I think this is Kidman at like the peak of her career, maybe, and I don't know. I loved the performance back then. I liked Julianne Moore as well, but I'd go A.
Sophia.
I'd go B too, but it's really close to A. I think it's like that B plus. I like the win for her. I think it's a good win. I too would have gone with Julianne Moore. No surprise there. Julianne in a Todd Haynes film, and my favorite performance really in her entire career. But the other thing that's keeping me from putting Nicole in the A tier is that Meryl Streep actually gives my favorite performance in The Hours. And I actually would have put her here instead. So that's why I'm going B.
Well, let's average this all out to a B, because I would give her a C. And
Oh, a C.
I think
Wow.
she's my 5 in the category. I think all
It's a great
the-
category.
Goodness.
It's
It is a great category, but wow.
And
Yeah.
that's not to say anything about the performance. It's a good performance. It's also, I think, to what you said, Eric, is the reason why I would put it in C. I don't think it's nearly enough about her. I agree with Sophia. I think Meryl's better. I even think Julianne's better. And I think that this lineup, I think Selma's amazing. I think Diane Lane in a movie performance that we don't see a lot anymore is incredible. I do love Renee Zellweger in Chicago. I'm the opposite of Eric. I've always loved Chicago. I always think that if you would have maybe given her the Oscar here, we don't have to have the 2 other shitty wins that we have to talk about and in her career. But then of course there's Julianne Moore in Far From Heaven, which is an all-time performance from an all-time actress. And I love Kidman, and it's just drives me nuts that this is this is the only time she's come that close. I know that, Eric, you talked in the last episode about being the Ricardos. I don't, outside of winning the Globe, I don't know like if she was even really that close for that. I think once Chastain sort of started winning, it was over. And so it's and it's not a bad performance. It's just
No, it's a
right
great
place,
performance.
right place,
I
right
love it.
time. Actress.
Mhm.
Who we talk about it. She had Moulin Rouge just the year before. This is perfect for her to win. But for me, I would have easily given it to the 4 others, and that's why I would probably put the performance in the B, but because of all the other things, it bumps down to a C. So
It's
Well,
also
it
a
is a-
really bad Harvey year too.
yeah,
With
It
the
is the
campaign.
worst. It
Yeah.
is the worst. Maybe one of Izzy's all-time best videos, though,
Yeah.
which details very specifically this year.
Mhm.
But it's a really exceptional win that she was able to beat Zellweger, who had won SAG and
Yeah.
was clearly
And Globe
had
and,
all
yeah.
the momentum here.
Yeah.
So
in the Best
it
Picture
was
winner.
exactly. So it was a combination of more goodwill to Kidman
Oh, more
than
goodwill.
than Zellweger had, at all to be able to work with. And then definitely, Weinstein showing the favoritism that got the win.
Yeah, by a nose.
I
Exactly.
hate that so much still.
Is that your
Yeah.
least favorite thing ever that Denzel's ever done?
That he's ever done?
Yeah.
No, the
No.
worst thing he's ever done was tell Will Smith not to kiss a man for 6 degrees
Oh,
of
okay.
separation.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. Anywho,
Yeah.
she's in the B tier. I didn't think he was going to bring that one up either.
You asked.
Eric's on fire. Kevin, 1957, Joanne Woodward, The Three Faces of Eve.
Okay. So we also have Deborah Carr in Heaven Knows Mr. Allison, Anna Magnani in Wild is the Wind, Elizabeth Taylor in Raintree County, and Lana Turner in Peyton Place. Wow.
Yeah.
Mm.
A lot of movies there.
Yes.
For sure. Titles and names.
We love a good title. Yes. And I give this one a B personally. I do think it's maybe a little lazy to call this awards baity or gimmicky because she's playing a woman with multiple personality disorder. So, but it is a very committed performance, and I love Joanne Woodward. I think she brings a real naturalism even within the theatricality of it all. So yeah, I'm just glad that Joanne Woodward is a Best Actress winner. It's not one of my top favorites per se, but much better than her fellow nominees. I'll say that.
Mark?
Yeah, that's theatrical's probably right on the nose for that performance. So I agree. I think a B is fine. She's good. It's kind of forgettable at times.
Sophia?
I've been on the record saying that I think the best night anyone has ever had was probably Joanne Woodward when she won her Oscar because she was also married to Paul Newman.
Yep.
So just good for her. really all around.
Mhm.
But I would also put this in the B tier. I think that it's a good performance. She's better than the rest of her lineup. It is like a very classically big dramatic role that we see in this category, but I think she does a good job in not going too far over the top here. I think the film goes very far over the top, especially when she's going from one personality to the next. You can, I think, really feel that. I remember in the music in particular, but that's not really her fault. I think she does what she can with the role. So I'm gonna go with B.
I would put,
It's like a Todd Haynes film in the 50s.
Well, that's just Douglas Sirk, but
Yeah.
That's exactly what that is. I would give it a B as well. I think that I'm like Kevin. I'm so glad that she is a winner. This is sort of one of the when you watch the Ethan Hawke documentary, this is the intersection of when their careers start to go down different paths. And it's so interesting that Sophia, you mentioned this is her biggest, like, this is no one had a better night than she did. And then after that, she does not become the household name anymore that she is. And it's such an interesting moment in history, this win, while it also is it's a solid win. It's a good performance in a very over the top sort of film. But nevertheless, I do think that she's very good in it. And she's, if anything, if she's not just a great actress, she's one of the great human beings that has ever won this category, with her and Newman. So I would give her a B easily.
Yeah. I do recommend watching Rachel, though, to anyone who hasn't seen that, directed by Paul Newman. I think it's a
so
really
good.
cool movie and a great performance from her too. That did come a little bit later. But yeah.
Eric?
I actually have her in my A tier for this, and it is purely on performance. I do agree that I think the film is trying to do too much when it's already a role in a performance that's carrying that and doesn't really need to. This era, the 50s mostly, their representation of disabilities or mental illness or alcoholism was the high tier uh theatrical.
The Lost
And
Weekend. Yeah.
yeah, well, Last Weekend is really good.
It is good,
And
but it's over
I've
the top.
I've said before, and I'm going to say it later, that my view on performances that feel too tied to stage and theater instead of being more tailored for cinema can be frustrating. Um, I I think she transcends that here because yes, the movie is trying too much, but if you focus really just on Woodward, it's pretty magnetic. And yes, the fuck hut was very, very busy that night.
Good for them.
Oh man. All right. It's in the B tier. Mark, we're just gonna skip over that. Next one, 2012, Jennifer Lawrence, Silver Linings Playbook.
All right. The other nominees were Jessica Chastain, Zero Dark 30, Emmanuel Riva Amor, Quvenzhané Wallis.
Hey,
I can't remember.
You've had like 20 years.
Yeah, I know. and
Pronounce
I
this.
knew
Come
it.
on.
I knew it at the time. It's just been like 15 years since I've said
someone
that.
has to
15 years.
like literally sound it out for Mark every year.
Right,
Someone's name.
Quvenzhané. Yeah, I'm terrible with Beast of the Southern Wild for Wallace and Naomi Watts, The Impossible.
Okay, all right. What would you give it, Mark?
I went B. I think it's a good performance and a good film, but I think the lineup around her is pretty incredible. Riva, I would have been probably between Riva and Chastain with my personal pick, so B.
Sophia? Just be honest. Go with your heart.
Okay. All right. I went D tier on this one. This is one of my least favorite wins in the category's history, and it was at the time too. It was just something I never really understood. It felt like it was too much. It's a very over the top performance, I think, and I just remember being really frustrated by how much she was winning that season. I unsurprisingly thought Bradley Cooper was better in Silver Linings Playbook, and actually the whole ensemble was to me, but she just had that kind of bigger, louder, showier performance and role. And it's also because of the lineup that's here too. I would have gone with Quvenzhané Wallis actually, but Emmanuel Riva is fantastic. I think that Jessica Chastain, this would have been a perfect opportunity to give her the win too. Naomi Watts is there, but I think that it's a great it's a great lineup still, and I just have never been a fan of this win.
I'd put it in the low C tier. I would even be on the verge of a D tier. I think that over time, it's just it feels like the Weinstein machine at its finest, and it was. Uh, Obviously, Chastain's win here would have gotten rid of the eyes of Tammy Faye in history, so that would have maybe been okay too. Or she would have had two, and Grace Randolph's head would have exploded. And then, I think Emmanuel Riva's great. I'm on record. I don't think Beast of the Southern Wild is a good movie, and I will continue to say that until the end of time, but that's okay. But I'm glad that Quvenzhané Wallis got nominated because I think um, child performances don't get acknowledged ever by the Academy, and it is such a rarity. It was such a shock on the morning. I remember this and the Hack Ben Zeitlin get nominated, and I just remember sitting there and being like, "Wow, we're really not going to nominate, you know, other directors this year. We're going to go with this." And yeah, Naomi Watts, she's doing impossible things in there. That's for sure. And I still don't understand that nomination till this day, but good for her. And but I do think that, Lawrence, you're right, Sophie. She's not even the best thing in her film. She's fourth in that category, but it's because she had the Hunger Games. It's because she had a campaign machine behind her. Honestly, the most memorable thing about her in this Best Actress year is not even the Oscar win. It's at the Golden Globes when Kristen Wiig and Will Ferrell presented this category, and they did the whole improvised breakdown of all the nominees, and because they had to see it, that bit is actually more memorable than Lawrence's performance that won in that category. So yeah, it's probably C. Now I'm gonna go put it in the D tier. I'm gonna move it down there because it's just I'm glad that she has an Oscar, but I would not even come close to giving it for this performance in her career. And so, yeah, it just felt like many factors outside of the actual work, which the work is pretty meh. So, Eric.
This is a big fat D. It's probably close to a D minus. I hate this
Oh,
performance.
oh, that's mean. A D minus is
Um,
mean.
we were just talking about theatrical performances and the era of those. This feels like absolutely just screaming at the Raptors.
She literally does
And
that at one point in the
it's
restaurant.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's the worst scene in the movie. It's used as her clip, and I'm like, how did you win? This is a horrible performance. And again, it was 2012. The treatment of disorders being so manipulative and
Flip it.
overwrought when it didn't really need to be. She's so far fifth in this category that it's not even funny, even over Naomi Watts. And I drag Nicole Kidman's nanny all the time and have for many, many years. But I actually like her in The Impossible. She's not the best performance even in that movie. The Tsunami is a better performance than Naomi Watts in the movie, but she's not bad. Um, but when you have Quvenzhané Wallis and Emmanuel Riva right there, and you give it to this yelping loudmouth ingenue, get the fuck out of here.
Right, Eric. I mean, Jesus. Kevin.
Wow, how do I top that?
I don't know if you can.
Yeah, it's a C for me, generously. I think this is tough because clearly I seem to be the biggest fan of Silver Linings Playbook among this group. I think it's David O. Russell's best film within that weird little space and time where he was on his run in the 2010s, personally. Although I do like The Fighter too, but I think she is charming enough, but she's also kind of miscast ultimately. Like she's way too young to be playing that character, a widow. Yeah, there's so many other performances, but especially Emanuela Riva, who was robbed on her birthday. Rude.
Yeah. And then she tripped up at the stairs and was so annoying. And so Sophia, what were you going to say, Sophia?
No, it's okay. I'm not going to say it. I've said enough. I do like Jennifer Lawrence, for the record, but this performance, I can't.
I do too. I think her comedic talents are underused, and she's absolutely a wonderful comedian. I think maybe this performance could have used a little more of that than just purely the overwrought, I have an unnamed, mental issue drama.
I mean, she's great in like Winter's Bone. She's great in, Mother. She does
Causeway. I liked her in that a lot.
She's very good in that. She's going to be in a movie this year from Lynn Ramsey that three of us saw at Cannes, and she's very good in that film. And I liked what was the comedy the couple of years ago?
No Hard Feelings.
No Hard Feelings. I thought she was very good in that.
She's very funny in that.
Very good.
She's great in that.
Yeah. So
I'm glad she's out of her David O. Russell era.
Yeah,
for the record.
Yeah.
For now,
her best performance probably in those is, I don't know, Joy, and that's not saying much. You know what I mean? So there you go.
Joy. I forgot about that.
You forgot about that mop, didn't you?
The Mop movie.
Yeah, the Mop flop. There you go. 1964, Julie Andrews, Mary Poppins.
Wait, where did we land with Lawrence? Where is she at?
I thought D. We had 3 Ds in here. B.
Yes.
B and a C. Yeah, we have 3 Ds.
Take that, haters, or lovers, or whatever you agnostics. I don't care.
1964, Julie Andrews, Mary Poppins, Sophia.
Okay, we also have Anne Bancroft for The Pumpkin Eater, Sophia Loren for Marriage Italian Style, Debbie Reynolds for The Unsinkable, Molly Brown, and Kim Stanley for Seance on a Wet Afternoon. Some amazing titles here, I think.
What a title. Seance on a Wet Afternoon?
Yeah. I love Julie Andrews in Mary Poppins so much. This was such a formative movie and performance for me. I think she's absolutely magical and pretty spectacular here. The only reason I'm not putting her in S, honestly, is just because we just don't have enough spots, but she's pretty close for me. And I also just love the lore around this year and her speech too, when she says she'd like to thank Jack Warner because, of course, My Fair Lady won Best Picture, and she didn't get cast in that movie. That went to Audrey Hepburn, but Julie won Best Actress anyway, I think, for a better performance and a really, really fantastic win. So she's A tier for me, but it's high A. I love this performance.
Still never understand how she was like that role on stage, and they were like, "No, thank you." And so it's such an iconic performance, an iconic character, and yeah, I mean, I'm putting this in the S tier. There's not even a question about that. I think that she's phenomenal in here, and she does kind of feel at times like she's straddling supporting, but when she's on screen, it's just there's nobody else you want to look at and can't take your eyes off of her, and she has such command in her. I mean, I know this goes without saying, but her voice is absolutely incredible, and some the Feed the Bird sequence alone, you'll start thinking about crying. I love her. I think that this is a phenomenal win. And Sophia, yeah, you beat me to it. All the history behind this is just the kind of petty shit that we love with this category. And that speech is kind of iconic. So, yeah, I would put her in the S tier.
I love that. The one thing also about Mary Poppins, I know I already spoke, but just one more thing. If you've read the books by P.L. Travers,
Yeah.
the thing about Mary Poppins that she gets so right is that she is a little bit scary. There's
Hmm.
like a thing like she came from another world, like a fairy tale, but she also is so charming and good with these kids too, and she's just so beautiful in the part, and I feel like that balance is what she's so good at in the movie.
I always found it funny that when they did the Saving Mr. Banks movie about the creation of this, there's never a scene mentioning or talking about Julie Andrews because it's like, well, there's nothing that that lady could have got mad at because this because it's so iconic, and it's so I always find that really funny is that like she's not mentioned at all. The casting, like Dick Van Dyke, obviously is mentioned as like, what the hell are we doing here? But in that movie, they don't touch this because that's how iconic I think Julie Andrews is. Eric.
Yeah, this is an easy A tier, really close to S. And I'll just echo all the reasons here. The lore is really quite fun and funny, and it's, we talk about the Weinstein eras of things, and every era has had this with actresses, with contracts and with pettiness, and then things turning out, maybe not quite how they wanted to. And so I love how this did turn out. And yeah, formative is an understatement of what this movie was for me as a kid. Just it was, I felt like I watched it every single day. So it was, and it's, yeah, it's a beautiful performance. It's sort of like you said, Sophia, it's charming and really beautiful, but as a character, she is a little bit um sociopathic
Yeah.
as well, because she is, I guess you would sort of, if it was contemporary, and I hate to say this, but there would be a certain on the spectrum element of her with a lack of remorse or thought with what might happen to the children or like what she's doing. But at its core, that's not really true because she is always really in service of them.
There's a method to the
But
madness for
yes, but
sure.
there's just this neat kind of psychological distance as well that
Mhm.
just is what makes her such a cool character.
Yeah. Kevin.
Yeah, it's a A for me as well. Also worth noting, the first Best Actress winner I ever saw, certainly. So there's something very nice and nostalgic about that.
Same. Yeah.
And also, this is her feature film debut, which is just so wild to me. She seems so fully formed.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe the character can be a little limited on like a character work emotional level, but that's just the nature of the role. And I think it's a phenomenal win. And she deserved back to back Oscars.
Yes.
Marcus.
Yeah, I think if I'm a huge Julie Andrews fan. I mentioned before, Sound of Music was one of those films. Like it sounds like Mary Poppins was for you guys, just super formative. And I'd give this an A, and the only maybe reason that would hold me back from an S is the fact that this win maybe prohibited her from winning the next year for Sound of Music, which is my favorite performance.
That's fair. Yeah. Eric, thoughts on Emily Blunt in the sequel?
No comment.
Thank you very much. All right, that's all we needed to do. 1978, Jane Fonda, Coming Home. The other nominees were Ingrid Bergman for Autumn Sonata, Ellen Burstyn, same time next year, Joe Claiborne, An Unmarried Woman, and Geraldine Page, Interiors. I give Jane an A here. Um, I know that we put her in the S tier for Clute, as we should. I think this is another incredible performance from Jane in this era. She really dominated this era. And I think that this is one of the best depictions of the the era of Vietnam films that dominated the 70s and some of the 80s and probably all of film ever since. And I think she's great. Opposite one of the worst human beings on the planet in John Voight. And but I think, Hal Ashby really just gets the best work out of her, and she's so memorable, and her and Penelope Milford are wonderful in this film. So yeah.
Okay, Joey Gentili, calm down.
I think she is very good in the film. But I don't think that she is better here than in Clute. I think Clute is her more iconic performance. So I would put her happily in the A tier for this. Eric.
Oh, is it me?
Yeah, it's you.
I think I'm putting her in B,
Okay.
but it's pretty close to an A. It's a great performance, and I do really love
Is
this.
it John Voight? Is that it?
No, it is
Yeah.
unrelated to John Voight, because if you attach now to something then that was
No,
different,
I know.
and
I'm just
that might be
messing
a
with
little
you.
bit unfair.
I'm just messing
But
with you.
what I love about this film and this decade is how unafraid it was to be ready to talk about the Vietnam War and do it so intelligently, which this movie does.
Yeah.
It's a win also that feels, I don't know, maybe inevitable or obvious, because you've got two romantic comedies, which again, I wish we had that now in a way that was so willing in previous decades. I love Jill Clayburgh and Ellen Burstyn so much.
Yeah.
I would have been happy with either of them winning. Geraldine Page, sure,
Interiors.
I like her in
win.
Interiors.
I love
love her.
her. It's
sorry.
a win. No, a win here could have, cleared the path for something else later, and that's just moving pieces of the chessboard around, really.
Mhm.
So I love Fonda. I always love Fonda. I love all of her nominations. Probably wouldn't have given her the win here, but I like her a lot.
I do think Coming Home is a better Vietnam film than the winner of Best Picture that year.
Oh,
Deer Hunter.
are you kidding me?
Not even
Yeah, I
kidding.
agree with that. So
Oh.
did Jane.
She was very vocal about that.
Yeah, she
yes.
was very vocal about that. Wait, Jane Fonda was vocal? No.
I know.
Come
That's
on.
why we love her.
Yeah. That's
Also, that you can't ever begrudge Jane Fonda winning anything, because she's going to talk shit.
Yeah, and she's great at that. Kevin.
Well, not to bring this down, but it's a C for me.
Oh,
Personally.
okay. Well, you
Wow.
did. There you go.
I think this is just an unnecessary win, personally. It's not even that she's bad or even okay. Like, she's delivering great work here. I just think this was a bit more of a recognition of the fact that she got this movie made as a producer. And I think, a Best Picture win may have been a little bit more fitting for her for this. So I just think on a pure performance level, Ingrid Bergman in Autumn Sonata is so one of my favorites of all time. Jill Clayburgh, same thing. Geraldine Page in Interiors, I also prefer. So the fact that she's fourth in this lineup for me is tough. So it's more just based on the competition than the performance, but I had to follow my heart here.
Yeah, I forgot to mention Bergman. I would put her ahead of Fonda here.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Bergman's incredible in that film. Mark Johnson.
First, The Deer Hunter is one of my favorite movies of all time. So screw you guys.
I said that
Of
exactly.
Screw
course
you
it
guys
is.
for that. Oh, it's
Of
like a perfect
course
film.
it is,
It's my
Mark.
personal favorite Meryl Streep performance too. So say what you will about that. Yeah, I'm
my
an
God.
enormous. I grew up on The Deer Hunter. I can quote that.
That
I
wedding's
give the most
still going on.
obscure quotes. It's part of the beauty of that film. I'm not going to get into that. But I do love The Deer Hunter tremendously. And I do also love Coming Home. I think it's a great companion piece. And like you said, it's so interesting. It's just 3 years after the Vietnam War ended. And you have such deep, interesting stories challenging, that war and our involvement. And Jane Fonda's awesome. She's always awesome. So I was between a B and an A. I guess I'll lean B a little bit here. But I think it's a great performance and good movie.
All right. Sophia.
As we talked about with Clue, I'm a massive Jane Fonda fan, one of my favorite people ever. But she's fourth in this lineup for me, and pretty distantly, because Jill Clayburgh, what she does in An Unmarried Woman, it's just one of my favorite things that I've ever seen on screen. But I think this actress lineup actually would have destroyed Twitter if it were around back then. I think we all would have been fighting about who we wanted here because there are so many good choices. And Jane Fonda, to me, I think I was tempted to say C, but I think I'm going to say B because I'm too weak and I love Jane too much.
She would hear it. She would hear it if you did
And
it.
I'm
She
yeah.
would know. She would
No, but you
know.
know what? Actually, I'm going to go C because she would want me to be honest. So I'm going to say C. And
Wow.
because I also think some of it's a good performance, but it's just like for me, not a necessary second Oscar when you have some of these other people here. And it felt more, I think someone was saying along the lines of her being, the producer of the film. And I think with her reputation in Hollywood in the decade, she was absolutely hated. And then making this movie and it being this, I think this big, response and a turnaround there, I think is really cool. And it's a great story. But as far as the performance and the win goes compared to her competition, that's how I have to grade it.
And it's another decade with two Best Actress repeat winners. It's just kind of it's a bit much.
It's a bit much. So we have 2 C's, 2 B's, and an A.
So a B.
Yeah.
I think so. A B.
Yeah.
About where we're gonna go with that. That's fine. Okay. Erik. 2000.
Yeah.
Julia Roberts. Erin Brockovich.
Boy, talk about the girls were fighting year.
Yeah, you want to talk about Twitter being around? Holy
exactly. This was this is the era of the movie forums. That was really the beginning. 99, 2000 was where it really kind of started.
Was it wild on those chats back then?
It was. I know it was absolutely the Wild West. And very much for this year.
Oh yeah.
Which I was a willing and happy participant in.
Oh, you fanning flames?
Me, I know. My God, the wilting flower that I am. So, and I think obviously we're largely talking about Julia Roberts versus Ellen Burstyn here. So the whole lineup
you got to read the other
nominees. Yes, was Joan Allen in The Contender, Juliette Binoche in Chocolat for whatever, Ellen Burstyn in Requiem for a Dream, Laura Linney in You Can Count on Me. So there are 4 really, really good performances here, and Juliette Binoche.
No, we're not doing that today.
But the whole conversation was completely between Julia Roberts and Ellen Burstyn, and understandably and justifiably so, because what Burstyn is doing in Requiem at this point in her career was just so extreme and shocking.
Extreme? Darren Aronofsky?
I know, what? Imagine that. But over, what is it, 25 years now, I've always loved Julia Roberts and Brockovich. It's the perfect convergence of star and performance, and the kind that we see kind of maybe once a decade from like the right star, right director, right project, where you have everything comes together in exactly the right moment. And this is an S tier for me. And I find it hard to have it anywhere else. It's she gets to do everything that made her a star. She gets her hair, she gets her attitude, but it's channeled and controlled. There's so much of like her pretty woman personality in this, but you almost could see like this Erin Brockovich could be who she is in Pretty Woman had she just been able to venture out on her own just career. Like there's a through line even. And I quote this movie so much. Almost every time, Ryan starts talking, And I just want to say, I'm not talking to you, bitch.
Very fair. Very fair.
It's right there.
It's
It's
always
always
there.
it's
It's
always
always on the
there.
table. Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a degree of difficulty too because of her persona
Yeah.
at this time, where that expectation was always going to be higher, and she she more than reaches it. She goes so much further with it. It's a pretty perfect star performance.
Mark?
Yeah, I'm not as big a fan, I think, of this performance as a lot of people. I know one of my best friends absolutely loves it and quotes it all the time to me. And she's great and she is a star, and it was like the perfect timing, like you mentioned, Eric, for her. But I have her third in that category. I love Ellen Burstyn in Requiem for a Dream, and I love Joan Allen in The Contender. I think both I would probably choose ahead of her. So I said B for Julia. I think it's a good performance.
Kevin?
Is your best friend a gay?
Yeah. Yep.
There you go.
You rest your case. Yes,
There we
it's
go.
a
Exactly.
It's a for me.
Yeah.
The very definition of a movie star performance.
For sure.
Just megawatt charisma. Just the way that she delivers a line, how only Julia Roberts can deliver a line. It's just it's a great performance. I do think Ellen Burstyn is equally great in Requiem for very different reasons. Those are two diametrically opposed performances, but Julia is a phenomenal winner. I would never argue with it. And it's also one of the most rewatchable performances to ever win this category. So
very
that
much
helps.
So. Very much so. Sophia?
Yeah, I have her in S tier. This is, I think, just from when I was growing up and starting to watch the Oscars and really get into them. This win was just one of those, I think, really big ones. And it just dominated. I remember like magazines and the conversation, I think, as I was getting into, taking my dad's Entertainment Weekly. I just remember being kind of obsessed with this performance before I had even seen the movie. And for all of the reasons I think that you said, Eric, about this win, of it being just at the perfect time for her, the perfect type of role. She was a massive movie star. And if you look at our list of winners, it's still pretty rare where we see true movie star performances taking the Best Actress Oscar, which is why I think it sets it apart for me in some ways. But also, that's all you got, lady. 2 wrong feet and fucking ugly shoes is the best.
That's the other one. That's the other quote. That's just like, oh my God. It's always
Is that
in my
also
head.
what you say to Ryan sometimes?
Yeah. Hey.
Sorry.
We know some people that have far worse shoe game than myself. Some Walmart shoes. All right.
Oh my God.
Not even talking about myself there. I have nice shoes. But yes, I mean
Hey.
they do drag me left and right. I think that this is an S tier. I'm putting it in the S tier. I'm coming out with S tiers this episode because it was a kind of a limited amount of S tiers I gave on the last one. I think that this is one of Steven Soderbergh's best films. I think that Soderbergh's better film is Erin Brockovich and not Traffic. And I think I think Brockovich is the film he actually should have won the Oscar for, and not Traffic. I know that he kind of probably won for both. And he had such a phenomenal year. I think Burstyn's very good in the movie I'm never going to watch again. And Joan Allen's very good in The Contender. I like Juliette Binoche in Chocolat. I'm Not a Monster. I don't know. I agree with what Kevin said on that episode. He said that, like, if this movie, because I remember you saying this, Kevin, if this movie wasn't up for Oscars, we'd all be like, oh, it's just like a lovely Sunday afternoon movie that we watch with our moms. You know what I mean? Whatever.
That's
But
true.
but if it's nominated for Oscars, then we kind of look at it a little bit more seriously.
Knives are out.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so
That's fair though.
and it's a little bit like, I think that her work in The Taste of Things is like in companion and conversation with this, but obviously that film's a lot better than Chocolat. But the performance, if we were going to talk about another performance, is Laura Linney, and you can count on me, which I think is a phenomenal performance. But everyone said it. It's such a movie star performance. It's a vehicle for her to win an Oscar. You can clearly just see it coming from a mile away, and yet Roberts just is so captivating, chewing that dialogue. There's just the moments when she's investigating in the first act of the film that is really the stuff that makes everything else pay off at the end of the film. And you really buy her journey rather than also the journey of the uncovering all this. And Sophia knows I love a movie about process. I love a movie about essentially kind of like almost like a journalism kind of film where they're just investigating and finding all these pieces. And I think that by the end, Roberts is just knocking every line out of the park. Also think Albert Finney is phenomenal in this film, and is great back and forth with her, especially at the end with the bonus and how it's one last chance for her to go over the top, and Finney just kind of slides the check over, and it's wonderful to see her go speechless for the first time really in the entire film. So I think it's a perfect performance. And it really is funny, it sort of mirrors like 10 years later, the two America's sweethearts of the 90s, like Sandra Bullock and Julia Roberts winning Oscars. One is an insanely rewatchable film from a master director, and the other is an incredibly terrible, problematic film that like hasn't aged well at all. Both box office successes, nonetheless, sort of had their own, narratives built in there to finally win one when they did. But Roberts, the older film, has aged impeccably in my opinion. So yeah, I think it's in the S tier for me as well. So then we have
I'm gonna have to drag out the photo of me and Erin Brockovich drag for the Oscar party that I went to for that year, because it was really fun. It was pretty great, I gotta say.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. I can't wait to put that all
It
over
was a lot
my
of work.
timeline. Yeah. It was a lot of work.
It was a
A
lot.
lot of work. All right. So 3 S tiers, a B and an A.
Mhm.
All right. I think she's in the S tier.
Yeah, that B is nullified. So
So okay. I'm gonna put her in the S tier. Eric, 1960,
but
19. Oh wait, you did Julia Roberts, correct? I'm
I
sorry.
just did, yeah.
Sorry, Kevin, 1962, Anne Bancroft, The Miracle Worker.
Very, very good year. All right. So the other nominees were Betty Davis in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, Katharine Hepburn in Long Day's Journey into Night, Geraldine Page in Sweet Bird of Youth, and Lee Remick in Days of Wine and Roses.
Yeah.
A lot of long titles there too, by the way. Yeah, I mean, this is a lineup where any one of them that won would be A or B at the very least. I mean, I think I prefer Betty Davis in Baby Jane. Just, I have a preference for what she's doing there personally, but Anne gets an A for me here. I think it's phenomenal voice work. She's doing an accent, just very physically demanding, emotionally demanding. She's warm, but she's also firm. Like, she just fills exactly what this role needs of her. So, yeah, she's a strong number 2 for me in this lineup, but yeah, an incredible winner.
Marcus?
She's a strong number 2 for me too, but it's a distant number 2. I think if Davis had won, she would be one of my S's for Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. I really
that is correct, Mark. Good job.
Love that film. So B, I'd give for Bancroft.
All right. Sophia?
I would go A here, pretty much for the same reasons that Kevin shared. Betty Davis obviously would have been my pick for the winner. That's an iconic performance and film. But I think just to add to what Bancroft does here, like Kevin said, very physical. That's what I think of when I think of this performance, is just how demanding that is. But also, I think it shows just how versatile she is as an actress, because I think if we think of her work in The Graduate too, it's completely different style than what we have here. And of course, a lot of actors are versatile, but I think if we're comparing just those performances, and both I think are great, you really, I think, do get to see another side of her here. And this is also one of those where I think in the wrong hands, it could have gone very wrong or extreme. I think we've actually seen that happen throughout Oscar history with these types of roles that deal with disabilities. We've talked about that, I think, across, even this week and last week. But yeah, I think it's great. I would go A.
Sophia, would you say she probably had the second best night of all time outside of Joanne Woodward? Because she was married to Mel Brooks, right? So that had to be.
Well, Mark, she technically wasn't even there.
Oh, she
Because
wasn't
she
married at the
didn't
time?
accept her Oscar, correct?
Oh, she wasn't there.
Yeah, she was on Broadway at the time.
She was on
Yep.
Broadway, and
I
that's
like when they skip
and that
queens.
well, and Eric knows. We all know who accepted that Oscar that night on her behalf. And
yes.
sort of
Yes.
just behind the sceneness of all that, like for that alone, like
It's so good.
you have to take that out of the context of the win and the performance.
I
and
don't
all
remember
that.
this.
No, you don't.
I
It
think
is
so. Like,
No, it's-
absolutely a part of it. The lore of this
I wouldn't
is
make
among
it.
the best
I mean, it
of
wouldn't make
Hollywood
it
history.
S tier for me. It wouldn't make it an S tier, but like that, all that is S tier. The history of all that, the Joan Crawford, Betty Davis feud, literally bleeding into the Oscars. To the part that she's taking the photo with the Fab Four, at the end, like at the end of the night, it is
Iconic.
beyond
It's so
villainy
good.
and iconic. It is so devilishly
shit.
good. That being said, Anne Bancroft, fantastic in the film. Joan Crawford literally flew all the way to New York to go to that dressing room to fucking do that shit. Like, it's so diabolical. It's so great. It's why we love this category in so many ways. I do agree with Mark. If Betty Davis had won for, Baby Jane, we'd be talking about an all-time performance, and we would be talking about like a performance that we never get to see win. And but Anne Bancroft, to what Sophia said, the versatility, it's a very good performance. A is definitely where I would put her, but for all the bullshit behind the scenes, that is for me. I would separate it. That would put you in the category and the year in S, but it wouldn't necessarily put her in S.
Keep that in mind when we get to Joan in a few minutes.
Yes, Eric.
Yeah, this is an easy A tier for the performance. But yeah, I have the unoriginal also belief that it's still second to Betty Davis. So it can't really be an S. And yeah, you can't escape the lore of it. I miss this level of petty. We don't really have this. The kind of petty stuff we have now is so weak.
Everybody's so nice.
And certainly not like of star levels that these two were. It's like, D and C-list actresses having a scuffle. Like, who cares? Nobody
It's
cares
Carla
about
Sophia
you.
Gascon.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's be real.
Imagine if like Demi Moore had gone to all these different people behind Mikey Madison, been like, "Well, if you win, I'll go up there and accept for you, Fernanda." You know what I mean? So no.
I mean,
Yeah, but she
Timmy
was
and
nominated,
Adrian was
so-
probably the closest.
Who?
Yeah.
Like Timothy Chalamet and Adrian Brody, all of
Yeah.
that was probably the closest we've had to drama in a while.
Yeah, that's
But the pettiness
But
was
they're-
coming
yeah.
from the
The
fan
co-star.
bases and not from the people.
That's true.
And
That's true.
that's what separates this from everything else. It's the pre-internet, the pre-everything age was really fun, duplicitous campaigning by actual actors. It was so fun. But yes, this is an A. It is a great performance. Really, really versatile in her lineup. She gets to rough up Patty Duke a little bit, and who doesn't want that to happen? And yeah,
Jeez.
I love it.
He said it. It's in the A tier. 1989, Jessica Tandy, Driving Miss Daisy. Kevin.
Ugh.
Or I'm sorry, not Kevin. Mark. Yeah.
Isabelle Adjani for Camille Claudel, Pauline Collins for Shirley Valentine, Jessica Lange Music Box, and of course Michelle Pfeiffer for the Fabulous Baker Boys. I would land on a C for Jessica Tandy. I think it's a fine performance. I don't really have much more to say than that, but
Sophia.
I also landed on C. I actually don't hate her in this movie. I think it has a reputation for being like one of the worst Best Actress wins, and I get that. I think that the movie itself and that win is worse than her
for sure.
actress win, but I still don't like it. I don't care for it. I don't like that it happened, and I would have gone with Michelle Pfeiffer. It just feels like a very lazy choice for them. So I'm gonna go C, but I'm not gonna go lower. But you guys can if you want.
It's always so weird when the years when you look back in history and you see the best actress win with the best picture winner, and then you don't see that happen, in other years. And then it's very telling when the ones sometimes do in the past, and this is one of those where it's like
It's a career thing.
it's a career thing for
totally.
sure, but it's also like this performance, and Michelle Pfeiffer is incredible in The Fabulous Baker Boys, and would easily be my winner in this category. Yeah, I just don't like this performance. I'm not gonna watch this movie. It's one of those where it's just so bad. As Spike Lee would say, it's not my cup of tea. And yeah, D. I'm just gonna put Miss Daisy in the D tier. So, Eric.
Fuck this Green Book ass movie and performance. I hate this movie.
Yeah.
I hated it in 1989. Even with Do the Right Thing aside,
Which is
this movie felt so dated and ugly and stupid and reductive. I think her performance is just lazy. I absolutely hate this movie. I absolutely hate this performance. Michelle Pfeiffer,
so
right
B?
there. Right there. So this is my first F tier, and that's where she belongs.
Kevin.
I have a D for Miss Daisy. Yeah, I actually think she's pretty one note. I think she's not particularly funny. She's not particularly charming. I just can't get on board with this performance personally. And yes, Michelle Pfeiffer was right there, giving an incredible performance where she totally leveled up in her career, and that would have been a great time to reward her. And now, all these years later, we still haven't. So,
which is bullshit. I think she's going in the D tier because Eric's F would put it lower. So she's in the D tier.
I'll put her in D too because I remembered I put Jane Fonda in C, so I have to put Daisy in D.
Yeah. All right.
D for Daisy.
Sophia, 1983, Meryl Streep for Sophie's Choice.
Okay.
Here we go.
This is 1982.
Oh, sorry, 82. Sorry, my
yes. But our other nominees, we have Julie Andrews for Victor Victoria, Jessica Lange for Frances, Sissy Spacek for Missing, and Deborah Winger for An Officer and a Gentleman. This is one of the easiest S tiers I will give out. I think this is a perfect dramatic performance, one of the best in Meryl Streep's career, and it's just so achingly vulnerable and tragic. And she learned Polish for this movie, and I think this is some of her finest accent work. She's great with accents, but this is some of her best, I think, throughout her extensive filmography. I mean, what more do you say, really? I mean, there's a lot to say you can say about Sophie's Choice, but I think this really is a towering performance and one of the all-time greats. It has to be S.
Mark?
Yeah, so I said the Deer Hunter was my favorite performance of Streep. It's undeniable in my opinion, that this is her best performance. And when you're talking about maybe the best actress of all time giving her best performance and she wins, you're gonna be an easy S.
All right. Kevin?
S for me as well. I think it's the gold standard for a reason. Speaking multiple languages. Not only that, but like the layers of doing a Polish accented German is just like off the charts. It's an incredible achievement. Plus, I think on an emotional level, she just nails the fragility of the character. So not one that I'm rewatching often, but I think it's clearly one of the more deserved wins. Although Jessica Lange is pretty incredible in Frances as well.
Eric?
Oh, this is another D. I'm kidding.
I believed you for 2 seconds and was like, wait, what's going on?
I wanted to do a little bit of chaos, but no, this is an S. Even though I don't think it's the best performance of her career, I still don't. I think we already had this
Mhm.
conversation on the last. Bridges of Madison County is better and
Yeah.
would have been her best win.
Easily.
But yeah, she is on a degree of difficulty that this was still really early in her career. So even with an Oscar win already under her belt,
Just gonna say.
it wasn't people did not know what she had in her and what she was going to be. It is a career defining piece because it's also the thing that turned her into the accent queen and everything. She just became like what British actresses used to be, just like a default. Like you can really do anything. And she picked the right kid, so that gives her S tier over A.
Oh man.
Um, well, she's in the S tier. It won't matter what I say here. But I would put her in the A tier. Um, I think it's a great performance. I don't think the movie's particularly great, but I think she is great. And I agree with Kevin. I think Jessica Lange's great in Francis. I think Julie Andrews is incredible in Victor Victoria. That's one of my favorite performances from Julie Andrews.
Sure.
And when you
Lineup is
watch,
absurd.
it's an absurd lineup. But I would give Meryl, like, this is the thing about Meryl's wins. I wouldn't give her the wins in those categories, but I would give her
Oh, I remember.
three. Yeah, you can remember. But I would give her like three or four other Oscars for better performances. But there's no question that this is an iconic performance from her. I'd prefer the other two to win. That's why I wouldn't put it in S. And to, my criteria, and I think most of our criteria is if you don't have that winner, you can't really say that it's an S. But there's no denying that it's a performance that, yeah, she had Kramer versus Kramer and the Deer Hunter and all that, and even the French Lieutenant's Woman. But this to me, the second win so early, like you mentioned, Eric, it's such an announcement of like, I am this actress that is not going around, going away. I'm going to be around for a long, long time. And it's, yeah, for a movie like that to like kind of become a thing, like to become like, oh, you got to rate a real Sophie's Choice. Like you got to have a memorable ass performance, and she does, and she's incredible. So Meryl's going in the S tier, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with I'm okay with Meryl being the S tier. She's one of the greatest actresses of all time. And it kind
So
of would
glad you approve.
it would kind of feel weird not having her there.
It would.
1953. Audrey Hepburn, Roman Holiday. Um, Eric, can you read this one?
Yes. Along with Miss Hepburn, we have Leslie Caron in Lily, Ava Gardner in Mogambo, Deborah Kerr in From Here to Eternity, and Maggie McNamara in The Moon is Blue.
Go ahead, Eric.
This is an easy A tier for me. I I love debut performances. I love Star is Born performances. It is stupidly charming. She is ridiculously charming. It's um it's an interesting lineup because obviously you have Deborah Kerr right there and could have been an easy opportunity to have her be part of the small sweep of the film and just sort of is one of those representative things where I mean she got all the nominations she got and all the losses that she got. There was always just going to be somebody else that they preferred for whatever reason. Um, and yeah, I really do love Hepburn here so much.
Kevin.
I love her too. She's an A for me as well. I think this is a lovely performance. And the fact that this was her, big coming out Hollywood debut, it's just incredible. She just has that X Factor charm for me that is just irresistible. I also think her chemistry with Gregory Peck is off the charts, honestly. So yeah, I think she just makes it look easier than it probably is. So I give her a lot of credit. Yeah, and she's definitely my winner from this lineup, which is a little lackluster outside of Deborah Carr, personally.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, you both used the word I was going to use, which is charming. Like, I don't know that there's ever been a more charming performance in film. She's vulnerable and terrific, and so I give it an A as well.
Sophia?
I love Audrey Hepburn so much and love this film. This is actually one of my go-to recommendations to people who haven't gotten into classic Hollywood yet and want a gateway. I think it's a really good introduction. You have this insane star power between her and Gregory Peck, and again, wild that it's her debut. One of my favorite things about Audrey Hepburn that you can see in this movie, you can see in Sabrina, you can really see across her filmography, is just how convincing she is in transformational arcs within her films. So whether that is, going from a princess to pretending to just, be this mysterious girl who goes and gets her hair cut and has this relationship with this journalist, or it's, just growing up and becoming an adult, navigating girlhood and womanhood in the same films. I think she's one of the best actresses at being able to convincingly do that. I love her so much, and I think it's evident here why she would become the big star that she did and why people are still obsessed with her and why she's still one of my favorite actresses. So it's an A for me. I think easily the winner here, and just shy of my S tier, honestly, but I think it's a great win and performance.
It's probably going in the A tier, right? From what everyone said here.
I think it's straight A
Yeah.
so far.
Okay, all right. Well, I go B. I think it's fine.
Wow.
Not a big fan of Aubrey Hepburn, so
Aubrey.
Aubrey.
Audrey Hepburn. Sorry.
I'm not a fan of Aubrey either.
Yeah, Aubrey
Oh my
doesn't matter.
God.
Not a big fan of her.
Why
Oh my
not?
God.
Just
Yeah.
I don't know.
Speak on it. Speak on it, Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If you want it, I'll give it to you.
Speak your truth.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it, and I never have. And there's like maybe one or two performances from her, and I'm like, okay, this is very good work, but for the most part, I don't know. It's some everybody has an actress or a couple of actresses that they just go, I don't know. There's something I want this to work, or you've tried to work, try to get it to work. You've seen multiple of their movies, and you're like, I can't get it. My wife, she loves Breakfast at Tiffany's. She loves, she loves this film. She loves Hepburn. There's no question about that for her. And I go and I look at her and I'm like, I don't get it. And there's actresses that are like that for everybody. So
we're Team Megan once again.
yeah, exactly. As
Got it.
always,
Yeah.
But I think the movie is a very good movie, and I agree with Sophia. That's a great movie to recommend to people, to get them into classic Hollywood to see some films that aren't just from 1990 and beyond. So, but she's in the A tier. That's where she goes. Kevin, back to you. 1959.
All right. The winner being, of course, Simone Signoret for Room at the Top. And the other nominees were Doris Day in Pillow Talk, Audrey Hepburn in The Nun Story, Katharine Hepburn in Suddenly Last Summer, and Elizabeth Taylor in Suddenly Last Summer. Yep.
Wow.
What a movie. Yes, but
Talk
Room at
about
the
it all
Top.
time.
Well,
Yeah.
there's stuff to talk about there, but yes, Simone, I give a B here. I do really like this win for many reasons. First of all, the fact that she beat like literally four of the biggest Hollywood stars of the era is kind of incredible. Like she's she was barely even really known in Hollywood at the time. So that's a pretty cool narrative. But yeah, I think she has a very evocative presence. I find that is very, I think not that she's like coasting on that necessarily, but I think that's what I think of when I think of this performance is just the screen presence she brings to it more than it being a full, incredible emotional arc. She's definitely more of a co-lead in the film too than a true lead. But yeah, very good, very sexy. I think, yeah, solid work.
Sophia?
I think I still like looking at the lineup. I'm not really enthusiastic about it. But I still would have voted for her. And I feel like what Kevin, you were talking about of her, being this like European actress coming in and doing something different and beating all of these stars at the time is pretty cool. I think I would land B here.
Yeah. Mark?
I'd also go B. And for the record, I would have pronounced her name correctly. So just saying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Good for you, Mark.
I had that.
I'm so glad. Yeah. Erik?
Yeah, this is a B. And no offense to her, and it almost felt
It
inevitable.
sounds like you're about to make an offense to her. Like, no offense
He
to
is
her.
good. He is
No,
good.
she won Cannes. She won the BAFTA. So it was the cards were stacked, and it was gonna happen. But yeah, against this lineup is pretty wild and epic. I am personally a huge, huge fan of Suddenly Last Summer. I think it is so deliciously batshit fucking crazy. I really want an elevator in my house, like Katharine Hepburn, to make my entrance to
One of
every
the best
person
introductions on film.
ever, ever, ever. That's how I need to
Mhm.
be received, or when I receive people to my home, that's what they need to see. And Taylor is bonkers in this, absolutely bonkers. But then you have Pillow Talk, just such a confection of a movie. But Doris Day is perfect. This is her wheelhouse. And yeah, so it just kind of rides right in the middle as for Signore.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I think just give her a B and have a B's across the board for her. It's totally fine. It's a
Unenthusiastic.
unenthusiastic B.
Polite clap.
It's probably good job.
Yeah.
Appreciate your
Mhm.
work.
Yep.
And then
You did the thing.
Yeah, you guys said everything that needs to be said about it. 1945, Joan Crawford for Mildred Pierce, Mark Johnson.
Let me get there. Sorry.
No, it's all right, Mark.
1945. We have Ingrid Bergman for The Bells of St. Mary, Greer Garson, The Valley of Decision, Jennifer Jones for Love Letters, which I don't think I've seen that one, and Jean Tierney for Leave Her to Heaven. I have a feeling I'm gonna probably be alone on this because I get the vibe that we don't like Joan Crawford, but I
don't know what vibe you're picking up on.
Okay, all right.
No.
I don't know. I got a weird
What
vibe
now?
when we were talking about Betty Davis. I was like, shit, I'm gonna be alone with this. But
You need to talk to your gay friend.
yeah, I don't know. There's something like, oh shit, they side with Davis, which I love Davis. I also like Crawford, but I think this is a terrific performance. I think she's steely and terrific in it. I put it in the A tier, but I'm a little nervous to see what you guys say.
Sophia.
This is an S tier for me.
Okay.
I absolutely love this film and her performance in it. And I think
Yeah.
what's really cool about this role for Joan Crawford is that, if you think of her as a movie star, she is incredibly fierce. She's a perfectionist. She's sort of like the predecessor to Faye Dunaway in a lot of ways.
Fucking yes.
And we'll talk about that later, but I think what's really cool about it, like I said, is that that's her star persona. And then if you look at this role, she's really capable. She goes through a lot in this movie too. And she has that kind of, I think, this, Mark, you said steely, which I think is also right. But this role, it requires these big dramatic moments for the character. She has to go through a lot, but there's also a lot of restraint from her throughout this performance. And it is, I think, just one of the quintessential performances in the 1940s and one of my favorite actress wins. But I know everyone will have a lot to say about this too. So, but for me, it's an S tier.
It's a very high A, if not close to an S for me too. I think it's a wonderful performance, an iconic performance. When I think of Joan Crawford, I think of this movie. And yeah, I mean, Sophia kind of took every word out of my mouth there, perfectly said it. Easily the winner in the category. I don't think I would even think about anybody else. But and if there's enough S's, I could be swayed into putting this in the S tier. I think it's a pretty iconic performance.
I'm the same.
Yeah. So
I probably underscored because I was afraid of you guys tearing me apart. So.
Oh my gosh, don't be afraid.
Mark, if you want to change it, put it in the S tier, Mark.
No, let's see what people say. And then
okay. All right. Let's see what Eric has to say. Eric.
This is S tier.
Okay.
No question. Again, Joan Crawford and the lore with this of her faking an illness so that she could have all of the paparazzi at her house, but with photographing her in bed with it, all in full beat. Girl, come on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's just never
we don't have
been
anybody doing this anymore. No.
There really isn't. But I do love the predecessor to Faye Dunaway comment that Sophia made. That's totally ideal. They are sisters in spirit. But aside from that, which is separate from the film and performance, it is a performance that deserves that. Just a good mother and a hateful, spiteful child. Like, who doesn't love the idea of getting to slap your mother, getting to slap your child? I don't know. I'm sure Mark understands. You've wanted to maybe slap your kid once.
But my kids, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. And they probably wanted to slap you. So,
yes.
Exactly.
They have, actually.
Exactly. Knock you down the stairs
beat
a
up
little
all
bit.
The time in this house.
Now I love where this episode's going.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah. I have to lock my door at night.
So, oh my God. See, there you go.
There you go.
No, this is quintessential Joan. It really is. Like you said, Ryan, when you think of Joan, this probably is really
what you think of her.
Yeah.
This is it. And then there's so many things you can really pull from, but it's
Kevin.
I actually have this right outside my S tier. I do have it at A, but I can be convinced as well if the momentum is going in that direction. I love that she kind of rescued her career with this performance. It's such a meaty role. She really goes through the ringer here and is just so watchable, I find. I do want to shout out Jean Tierney and Leave Her to Heaven, who's also really incredible, a very worthy runner-up. But yeah, this is Joan's defining role. Very watchable, high melodrama, and she is up for the task.
Totally saved her career. Very Adrian Brody. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. I think they're very
spirited as well. This is long speeches and super dramatic.
Okay. But no, yeah, I think the career comeback piece is really, really important. And I think what this movie does so well for Joan is it's melodrama, but it's also noir.
Yes.
And if you look at the convergence of those two styles and genres, I think Joan really is the perfect person to be here for that. And I don't know, I I just love her fur coat too,
Mm.
which isn't why you should put anyone in S tier, but it's on my
It's all the
list.
little reasons that help
I
you get
know.
it over the top. So are we A or S on this?
Well, let's do
I
S.
guess it's
I'll move to S to get
Oh.
S.
Yeah, hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I feel like,
Nora.
Okay.
yeah, that's where it's going. Yeah.
Let's do
Okay.
it. Moving her to S. Okay.
I'm taking this as a win. Great. Love it.
Me
Absolutely.
too. I'm pleasantly shocked and surprised. But I don't know why.
There you go.
So,
All right.
yay.
Sophia, 1997, Helen Hunt, As Good as It Gets.
Oh gosh.
Can't wait for this
Okay.
one.
I'm excited. This is an exciting one. Okay. We
Hmm.
have our other nominees: Helena Bonham Carter for The Wings of the Dove, Julie Christie for Afterglow, Judi Dench, Mrs. Brown, and Kate Winslet, Titanic. Oh man, Eric, I kind of want to just toss it right
I was
over to you.
gonna ask if we could do
Before I
this.
vote.
No,
Yeah. Eric,
why?
I think
Helen
I think
Hunt.
you should kick this up.
Thoughts on
Seems like
Helen
a
Hunt, As
perfect
Good as It
Eric.
Gets?
Category here.
You know what Ryan was saying about Audrey Hepburn?
Yeah, here we
Just
go.
bringing that up again.
There we go.
Yeah.
Eric's not mad about her, I'll tell you that.
You know,
Oh my
when you complain about an actor having one note and it's just kind of really annoying. I don't know what the word or phrase is when an actor has no notes whatsoever. Uh, but I know that her name is Helen Hunt. This is an abomination of a win, not even just from her competition, which is far, far, far superior to her. But it is just a flatlined, extended, mad about you rom-com performance that is undeserving of an HCA award, much less an Oscar. I hate this performance. I hate this film. That this is something that I have not softened on in the last, what is it now, 30 years since then. And I have
coming up
softened
on the
a lot.
anniversary in 2
I don't know, maybe I'll do the retrospective of it.
Oh,
I've softened on a lot of these things as I've gotten older.
sure. Sounds
But
like
I'm
it.
not, I haven't gotten kinder, but like I said, Naomi Watts, I love her in The Impossible. I think she's great. I think she has a lot of really good performances, and she's somebody that I tease and make fun of all the time.
Yeah.
That will not happen for Helen Hunt. She sucks. I hate this win.
So what's your grade?
Oh, what's below F again?
Oh, I guess you're
Like,
going to give her an E.
The whatever, like the Earth's core,
Gee.
magma.
All right. F for Eric. Sophia, back over to you, please. I don't know. It's not fair to follow any of that up, but we have to.
I was gonna say D here for this one. I don't care for the movie or the performance. I think her accent work here as this New York woman is very spotty. And I think it's, for better or for worse, sitcom. Like it's a very sitcom type of performance. I'm gonna go D.
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of understood why she won at the time. It was she won this and the Emmy. She was the hottest thing on the planet, and the movie was a hit. And Nicholson wins as well, and James L. Brooks in this era where he's just like, I can make any movie. And the movie though, was not my. I have this great story of that. I was able to see this when it came out because my mom wanted to see this movie and my dad wanted to see the new James Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies, and he dropped us off at the theater to get the tickets, and my mom just said to hell with that, and she bought As Good as It Gets tickets. And so when we went in, sat down, and the credits started rolling, my dad was like, what in the hell are we watching? This is not James Bond. And so I saw this at a really young age. Once again, like Sophia and I's continuing thing of we saw movies way way too young that we shouldn't have been able to see, and I think that this is definitely one of those. But I always just remember Jack out of this movie. I don't remember her. I don't remember her. I know she's got like the sick kid and the mom's living there and they're yelling and screaming at each other and she's serving him eggs. But like it's really just like as time gone on, it's a very unmemorable performance. And then you rank it up against everybody else. So, I was probably low C to D, but then Eric's wonderful soliloquy put me, I think, in the D category for it. So I'm gonna go there. Kevin.
D for me. I think she's, to be somewhat kind, I do think she is. I do think she's solid. She has a certain charm to her where I understand why she was cast here. She's doing her sitcom-y Mad About You shtick, and it works for her. I just feel like this has no business being an Oscar-winning performance. Like, I
agree.
I think I've said a few times on my show, like, just because I think a performance is decent or good doesn't mean that it should necessarily win an award for it. And that's kind of how I feel about this. So nothing special to me. I don't think it's a win that has aged particularly well. Helena Bonham Carter would have been my winner from this lineup personally, and Judi Dench is amazing.
Whoa, Judi Davis is Mrs. Brown. All right. I could see.
Yeah, she could do it. I think Kate Winslet in Titanic that's a fun blockbustery performance. I know Eric disagrees, but that's fine.
That movie, she's terrible in that movie.
She's awful.
Okay.
She sinks that
boat. I think not. And Afterglow, no comment. So yeah.
Mark?
Yeah, I'll probably be I will be the high person.
Give it an S?
I give it a C. I give it a C. I was a big fan of this movie in the 90s. It made me laugh. And I think she's fine in it. The problem I have, I guess, is I'm not a huge fan of any of her competition in this year. I think it's a weak lineup. I was glad that Kevin, that you mentioned who you'd give it to. I was going to ask you guys, who would you give it to of this 5? Because I don't know who I would land on. I probably would land on Winslet, honestly, just because I'm not that big a fan of the others, and I do like her in Titanic. So
it is a better performance than the one she won for.
Mark, was your favorite part about as good as it gets all the homophobic jokes that Jack Nicholson makes? That was
they don't make them like they used to.
They don't.
Yeah,
they just
that's
don't.
what I thought. Yeah,
that's so good. No, I love gays. Shut up. No, but
put that on the poster of this episode. I love gays. Mark Johnson. Mark loves gays.
I know.
Mark likes gays on Twitter.
Whatever. Anyway,
Happy Pride Month.
I want to know who. Sophia, Eric, and Ryan. Who would you give it to this year?
Helena Bonham Carter for me. Yeah.
Eric? At the time, it was Judi Dench 100% for me. But over time, HBC.
Yeah. Helena Bonham Carter as well, though Judi Dench is right. God damn it, Eric. Okay, well, she's going in the D tier. So sorry, Eric, you couldn't get more people on your F campaign, but that's where she belongs.
It's okay. I had a feeling that most people were gonna be close to my side, with maybe one exception. So yeah, the F was to also, drag the score a little bit because there is strategy to this, just as our previous tier episodes have been.
Yeah. Moving along, speeding along. 2006. Helen Mirren, The Queen. The other nominees were Penelope Cruz for Voltaire, Judi Dench, Notes on the Scandal, Meryl Streep, The Devil Wears Prada, and Kate Winslet for Little Children. An incredible year. One of the best years.
One of the best.
One of the best years, period. I will say that I think Helen Mirren is very good in The Queen. Like, very, very good. I think I understand why she won. I give it it's a very solid B plus. This is without this performance, without this movie, we don't get the crown, and we don't get all those actresses and all those performances as well. Some better and some worse. But she is going up against incredible performances here. And that's what kind of knocks it down from an A list. She's definitely not an S, but like from an A tier, it's like, I mean, you could go Meryl for Devil Wears Prada. Kate Winslet's incredible in Little Children. Obviously, Judi Dench in Notes on a Scandal. Like, the fuck? Like, one of those just kind of perfect performances. And Penelope Cruz is wonderful in Voltaire. So this is really like, it's kind of weird to say that like Mirren is your 5 or my 5 because she's great in this film, but she is. But that still doesn't mean that she doesn't give a great performance and that you understand the win. So I kind of just wish like there was more spreading out this year rather than just Helen winning everything like one of those years that we get now. But I would put her in the B tier. Eric? Eric?
This is extremely difficult because I really like Mirren
Yeah.
in The Queen, but she is easily 5th in this category for me, with easily 5th. But like I said, this is an all-timer lineup. There's
no notes.
There is not a bad egg in this. Any win would have been pretty great.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would have gone Judi Dench here.
That's it. I mean,
that's absolute peak of her powers. Talk about a movie that is quoted constantly.
You're not young.
Over. You're not young.
I say this to help you.
I say this to help you. Oh my God. Gold star for you. Oh my God. Again, it's you know, like the Hours. It's sort of just like these are gay test movies. You know,
it's very rare somebody can outduel Cate Blanchett, and she does it like.
Yeah, their back and forth is
an
all-timer.
Incredible.
But for Mirren, I mean, playing this role, she's played queens before and since. Felt so like very deeply in her wheelhouse of ability. Sometimes I look at this lineup and I want to switch her and Streep around and have Mirren play Miranda Priestley and have Meryl Streep play the Queen.
We got that with but then
I like it.
Not for quality or anything other than entertainment value.
You could have done Dench and Mirren, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I like Mirren.
Switch Helen Mirren and Penelope Cruz. That's the one.
The run that Mirren went for this performance against the lineup that she's in is kind of the crazy thing, because when we see it happen where you're sort of the best and then there's just the other 4, we have a lot of those years. We have definitely some, I think, in this conversation. It just isn't here. So it sort of felt default. So I think what everybody else is doing really different work for themselves and just in the contest of actressing in the 2000s. Playing Queen Elizabeth felt like a really safe pick, as great as she is.
That's what I say all the time with the Academy. I'm like, they love to pick the safe biopic-y pick, and the original characters, when they win, we have to embrace those wins because it feels like even in our modern times, it feels like it's so far and in between. Kevin?
Yeah, the number of biopic wins this decade is a little silly.
Yeah, it is.
It's
almost all of them.
Yeah. Kevin?
B for me as well, pretty much for all the same reasons everyone else has said. All of the other performances and characters are far more engaging for me personally, and I also would have voted for Judi Dench here. Truly her best performance on film for me. But yeah, I do really wish that the wealth was more spread this in the precursors, because like Meryl got a Golden Globe, that was nice, but like Penelope, she won at Cannes, but otherwise Helen had like one of the most dominant performances as a contender in award season in history, and I just don't really feel that it needs that.
And it's Winslet's best nomination for her best performance of the nominated films that she's been nominated for. So
it's up there, but I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, the Eternal Sunshine crowd around here.
Okay.
Maybe. Mark.
Ryan, you just stole my thunder. I was going to say Kate Winslet would have been my winner. I think that's her best performance nominated. So I would like to have seen that, but it's a good performance. I don't know that I'd put her 5. This lineup I could shuffle in any order, and I really wouldn't have a problem with it. Yeah. So it's a B.
Okay, Sophia.
B for me too. I think we're straight across the board. I can always tell if I'm going to be friends with someone based on how they talk about Notes on a Scandal, a core film for me, but just I think an incredible lineup. And I do want to say, I think like this is a great biopic win. If we're looking at the biopic wins, it is really strong, and it's crazy that she swept the season, but I do wish there was a little bit more spreading of the wealth.
It also is just like really heightened as a performance when then you watch the final seasons of The Crown and you see Emile Desautun kind of have to do the same scenes in the same storyline and to just a lesser effect as what Mirren's doing. I mean, honestly, it's not fair to Staunton, but because the same writers and everything, but it just I mean the film also got in a picture, like that's crazy. And now, because of this win, Helen Mirren is in like every action television show alive. She's in the Yellowstone prequel and the Guy Ritchie show on Paramount Plus. So, and then she was like in every action movie in like the Fast and Furious franchise. It's weird what happens to people after they win their Oscars. It's so weird. Okay. Well, Erik just stepped out for a second. Now he's back. Erik, 1936, Louise Rayner, The Great Ziegfeld.
Oh, great.
Loves Louise Rayner.
Okay. Here we go. Irene Dunne in Theodora Goes Wild, Gladys George in Valiant is the Word for Carrie, Carol Lombard in My Man Godfrey, and Norma Shear in Romeo and Juliet. Here we go. Sorry, Fritz, again. I so deeply apologize. Put your earmuffs on, but this is another F for me. I don't really like anything that she does ever. I am uninspired by Louise Rayner to a degree that I don't even really want to talk about her.
All right, then we'll move on. Kevin.
I have her at a C. I'm going to be a little more generous with this one. She nails the phone call scene. She ate that one thing. It's that's her scene. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah. But she's also not really the lead of the film. No. I mean, she's in a decent amount of it when she finally does show up, but her material, I think, is limited to begin with. So it's tough. I think Irene Dunne would have been a very fun win here for Theodora Goes Wild, a truly wild movie that more people should see. And obviously Carol Lombard is right there too, who I think is, would have taken that too.
I would have picked Lombard.
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah, those are the two I was going to talk about as well. I'm not a huge fan of the screwball comedy, but those two did it. Dunn and Lombard did it as well as anybody. So I would have given it to one of them. I'd give Louise a D.
Mark, not a fan of the screwball comedy. What the fuck?
So much for I love the gays.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
I mean,
Mark, you can't say that during Pride Month.
Wait till they find out. My
Nice.
God.
That's why I think I had a hard time with Anora, because there was a lot of screwball comedy I thought in that movie, and I think I had a hard time with that.
Does your gay friend know this?
Less words are better
Because
sometimes.
it's just one, right? You have one gay friend.
No, I was actually last night. I was at a board game party, and 4 of the 6 of us are gay. So I have a lot to.
Or the 6 of us.
Wow.
Of us. Okay.
Oh, well,
Well,
keep things.
Sophia.
Ally.
Over to
Ally.
you. Ally. There you go.
I decided to be nice to her here too and go C, even though my better judgment might say D. But I think that's also just because it's such an improvement from The Good Earth. I think that is like when I think of her in that movie, and we talked about that in the F tier. I think what she's doing here, I described her when we did the Best Picture tier ranking as a repellent actress, and I am, still sticking to that.
Yeah.
And it really is just the phone call scene, which even that I feel like is very, very theatrical, very over the top. I know some of that is with the time completely, but you have an opportunity to give Irene Dunn an Oscar here, and I also would have gone with Carol Lombard. So it's just kind of one of those nothing wins for me. I'm so sorry, Fritz and Louise.
I give her a D. It's what she deserves. It's
So
not
2
very-
C's, 2 D's, and an F.
Yeah, I think she's in.
Oh, maybe I'll raise it to a D to not be like.
I think
that
it's in the
cruel.
D tier.
What-
No,
To,
No, you
to,
want-
to, Sof-
your
to
heart's in
Sophia's-
an F.
Either way, it's a D.
To
Yeah.
Sophia,
Yeah.
but to Sophia's point, the real F is The Good Earth.
Mhm.
This is better than The Good Earth. Her performance is better than The Good Earth. So I will be magnanimous and gracious and give her a D.
Okay.
Wow.
She's
So
dead.
kind.
She's not going to know.
Look at him. So generous. 2023, Emma Stone, Poor Things. We have Annette Bening for Naiad, Lily Gladstone, Killers of the Flower Moon, Sandra Hüller, Anatomy of a Fall, and Carey Mulligan for Maestro. Yeah. I'm gonna give
Wow.
this. I'm gonna give this a D. I think she's fourth in the lineup. I think the movie, every time I've watched it, has gotten worse. I think it is also an unnecessary second win. I think that it's not even just about Lily Gladstone at this point. It's also about Sandra Hüller in Anatomy of a Fall, which I think is a fantastic performance. And I think Carey Mulligan also delivers great work as well in Maestro. And even Annette Bening, with all those jellyfish, I could make a case for her. And swimming.
She went to the Taj Mahal.
She went to the Taj Mahal. All right.
Via the yellow brick road.
Yes. Nobody can say
She was
otherwise.
changed for
Then-
good.
That,
You know?
that sounds good.
The ping pong ball scene alone, her picking up doggy bags with
Uh.
My
Jodie
focus has
Foster.
never been clearer.
Yeah, never been clear. Those glasses, goggles, or whatever, the tan, everything. It's such a silly performance. I just think that Stone delivered better work with Lanthimos inside The Favorite. I think that she's been trying to chase that with him ever since, and it's getting worse because I thought Kinds of Kindness was not very good either, and she's actually the problem of that film as well too. Yeah, and there's just it's just not the performance I think they should have won. And it's so weird how, when we'll talk about narratives, it's so weird when it is someone's time to win a second as opposed to when it's not someone's time to win a second. And yeah, just no, the D. Eric.
Mhm.
Speak your truth quickly.
Well, okay. Well, my truth is that I really, really like this performance.
I know.
I'm not sure how much I love the win.
Yeah.
It would be Sandra Hüller for me, quite easily. But I do like this sort of Frankenstein's monster baby to adult concept. I think she does it really well. Maybe I guess maybe I think maybe she does it as best as she can,
That's
which is a lot shadier maybe
put it on the poster.
I mean to. Yeah, she does the best she can. Awards
Does the
watch.
best she can. Erik Anderson, Awards Watch.
But yeah, I like the physicality of it. And yeah, I must go punch that baby. That's something I say almost every day.
Mm.
So it is a B for me, but I really like it.
Kevin?
Yes. This is a performance I've gone in all different directions on as I've rewatched this movie. Right now I'm landing on a B softly. I did mention before on my show that there is a certain Yale School of Drama quality to it. You know, it's very acting exercise, a little too obvious for my liking, but you know, I think she does have her classic Emma Stone comedic chops that she brings to it in a lot of places, and she does land a lot of fun sort of punchline moments like I must go punch that baby, that sort of thing. It's just a performance I kind of admire from afar more than fully love, so that's, you know, it's kind of right in the middle for me in this lineup. I think Sandra Hüller and especially Lily Gladstone would have been far better winners.
Mark?
Yeah, I think I'd probably put her fourth as well, but I do think it's a good performance. I gave the Emma Stone La La Land performance a B, so I can't go higher than that. I would probably also say B.
Okay. Sophia?
Okay, it's a B. Time to move on. Let's go to the next one.
No, I mean, it's technically a D. I gave it a D. So
when I speak about this movie, people get angry. So it's probably best if we just
would you
move on.
just give it a grade? Even?
Okay, here's what I will say.
Follow your heart. Speak your truth.
Follow my heart.
I mean, he killed Helen Hunt.
No, I know, but Helen Hunt's that win's not as fresh and as
that's fair.
Stan focused.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it.
That's fair.
This one was very intense at the time and toxic, I think. As far as the performance, I think I've also gone through ups and downs with it. I think when I saw it at Telluride, there's a lot to admire in it on first watch. I think she's doing a lot. It does have this like fearless quality to it, which I think is pretty cool. But then I think what soured me on the performance was really how I felt about the film and how it just, when I watched it again, it just really didn't work for me at all. And the performance though within it, I do think she's doing what Lanthimos is asking her to do and then some. I don't vibe with it in the same way that I do Sandra Hüller, Lily Gladstone, even Carey Mulligan in Maestro, and even I think Annette Bening in Naiad. I just enjoy watching what she's doing there.
We talk about
There's
Naiad
just something funny there.
Too much in our chat over the years.
I think this win for me was it just kind of hurt. Like sometimes wins are just kind of heartbreaking because you get invested in races, you get invested in other people, and then someone who has already won gets a second win. But I don't know. I think I'm okay with her going into the B tier, and that's fine.
Do you have a grade for yourself?
Yeah, I would put her in C.
Okay, in the C tier. So C, D, yeah. She's gonna go in the B tier. That's where Mikey went as well.
And I think those two, like you can compare those performances. I'm higher on Mikey and Anora, but I think there is something interesting where if the Academy, and they loved Anora more than Poor Things, but they really loved Poor Things. And I think there is, like, it makes sense. If you really love a movie, why wouldn't you give its biggest performance, its main star and role, the Oscar?
Yeah.
So
I think it's about the journey. And when we talked about with Mikey, it's like, do you invest on the journey, and does that ending land that emotional punch for you, as opposed to like with Emma, are you riding along with Bella's entire journey, and do you find catharsis, or do you find entertainment or joy out of her finale? So Okay. Mark 2000.
God,
Oh, I'm sorry.
God damn it.
Kevin
Thank God.
2014. Julianne
Hmm.
Moore.
Do
Still
not make me
Alice.
go first with this one. I know where I'm going to land on this.
All right. So we also had Marion Cotillard in 2 Days, 1 Night, Felicity Jones in The Theory of Everything, Rosamund Pike in Gone Girl, and Reese Witherspoon in Wild.
Wow. Yeah.
This is a year that Eric and I podcasted about and had
Yes, you
a lot
did.
of fun talking about that. For me, this is a B. I think this is sort of like Geraldine Page, where like I feel like this win gets kind of dismissed as a career achievement win, but I do think, like Geraldine, that she does have the performance to sort of back it up. Yeah, I just think it's a very moving performance, very vulnerable. She did her research, so I like it. You know, would I have preferred Rosamund Pike? Yes. Would I also have preferred if Julianne won for Far From Heaven? Also, yes. But yeah, this was just a nice moment, and I was just really happy for her to have this moment after 5 nominations and all the other times that they snubbed her, quite frankly, and even since this win, they've snubbed her. So
Yes.
yeah, I like that the stars aligned for her this year.
Mark.
Love Julianne Moore, and I'm so happy she won one. But this performance just felt so like a makeup Oscar, if nothing else. And I think what's her name? Rosamund Pike, like you just mentioned, Kevin. I think that's by far the best performance. I'm gonna go see.
Oh. Sophia.
I'm like A straddling B here because I do think it's a really, really great performance and one that I think is kind of underrated now, even though she won an Oscar, but it's underrated because people think of it as a career win. But if you're just looking at it as a performance in a vacuum, I think it is actually really, really quite good. I also would have gone with Rosamund Pike here in Gone Girl. No surprise. I'm gonna go A because I really like the performance and I think that yes, it was a career win, but it's also a win for the performance. She's asked to do quite a lot here.
She's still Alice, after all.
She is still Alice.
And Eric is still Eric.
Eric's still Eric.
Oh my God.
I got to help him with his keys later. I would give it a B. I think it's very respectable win. Pike's my runner-up. I actually give it to Reese Witherspoon. I think she's great and wild, and I don't think people and that would be the performance I would rather her have won for than Walk the Line, which is pretty pedestrian work, like we talked about in the last episode. And I think Reese is very good here. Jean-Marc Vallée, they had a great relationship while Vallée was still with us, and I think that you know, Mariana is very good in 2 Days, 1 Night, and then Felicity Jones is what she is in that film. We talked about this last year, this lineup, and on our Oscar retrospective, and you know, it's such an interesting lineup to go alongside with more, but it was her time, and you know, it was nice to see one of the actresses of her generation that's delivered so many complex layered performances give a complex layered performance that we've kind of seen maybe her do before, or but with still that same intensity. And I was very happy that she has an Oscar. But to your point, Kevin, yes, she has been snubbed since, and it's a thing throughout her career that just drives me nuts. Like how she wasn't nominated for May December is and that whole movie in general was dumb. So, Eric.
I mean, I've talked about this year and this performance many times
Moving
now
on.
in just the last couple of years. No, it's, you know, I am associated as a diehard Julianne Moore fan, and so I think about this performance in this movie a lot. I have rewatched all of these more recently than any of the 98 lineups.
Yeah.
So I mean, I do fall somewhere probably between Kevin and Sophia here. I think it is a really good performance. It does feel I don't think that she goes overboard in ways that she could have, and ways that she does tend to sometimes. But when she does, it's usually character appropriate and not simply for the sake of wanting to be extra in her performance. So it sort of sometimes feels like it should be a 1950s Susan Hayward kind of thing. And she could have easily gone really that level. And she doesn't. A lot of it is really mannered, and that's because of her occupation as a linguist. So much of the just story in her job and her career is a very on the nose with, suffering from early onset dementia. So she's better than the film. The film is a pretty easily sets the path for her. But she's better than the film, and I still think that it's a great performance. But yeah, Rosamund Pike and Marianne Cotillard are doing some pretty god level work here. So I think I'm low A, high B. I'm not really sure, but strategically, I will land on a low A
Okay.
for it.
There's a B and then a
Oh,
B.
and just the Awards Watch lore with this movie is also pretty iconic. Um, this is the first like notification of any kind and pull quote that I ever had was for this film, and of course, the lore behind that is that it was not real.
There you go.
You can go into the history of that or ask me later because it's pretty funny.
Okay.
But yeah, this movie sort of
We'll count it though.
it 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 made Awards Watch take off.
There you
So
go.
I have to give those props. But I give huge props to Sony Pictures Classics for picking it up from TIFF and giving it the immediate release and awards run right then.
Yeah.
They capitalized on the moment in a way that was very classically SPC, and they did it.
Yeah. So 2 A's, 2 B's, and a C.
I would say that's
I
B.
think
It's
that's
pretty
like a
easily
high
a B.
B. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It probably would have been a B if I'd gone B, but
All right.
That's kind of why I went A. I was like throwing it
yeah,
off a little. Yeah.
Mark
yeah,
Johnson,
Don't cancel
2003.
me.
Mark Johnson, 2003. Charlize Theron, Monster.
Oh, good. This will be fun. 2003, we also had Keisha Castle Hughes for Whale Rider, Diane Keaton for Something's Gotta Give, Samantha Morton for In America, and Naomi Watts for 21 Grams. So, for me, this is one of the most transformative and unflinching performances I think we've seen this century. So I have it as an S. I'm sure that's probably a lot higher than some of you will have it, but I have S.
Okay. Sophia.
Come back to me. I'm still deciding.
Erik. Quickly.
I kind of have been too,
All right.
honestly, and it's between S and A because I do think that it is such a. I get really cautious, nervous about talking about actresses deglamming for a performance and just what that means contextually to say that and to kind of because that isn't really how actors are considered when they do whatever like a fat suit or something. It's never referred to in a way that is defined by their existing attractiveness or whatever. But removing kind of that element of it, which is hard to do, but I think in 20 plus years later, we can do it, hopefully. It is a wonderfully transformative performance. Even without, the shaved eyebrows and wonky ass teeth, and whatever 10 pounds that she gained, which bravery. Uh, it's she is locked in to this role. Um, Again, much better than the movie that she's in, uh, especially up against Christina Ricci, who I love, but I don't know what her fucking Elijah Wood Frodo ass performance is in this, but I'm not here for it. I don't like it at all. But I love Theron. I also a quotable movie. Fuck you, Leslie is at least weekly. If I ever meet a Leslie, when the two Leslie movie came out, oh my God, I got so much mileage out of that. Yeah, actually that whole scene in when she's trying to get that job is there's something weirdly like the counter of Julia Roberts and Erin Brockovich in that moment of where stylistically you can go as an actor. I don't know. I think she just goes for broke so hard in it. So I think I'll do A though.
Okay, Kevin.
This is an S tier for me, and I've never wavered on that. I
Yeah.
truly, whenever I see it, like I never see Charlize. I only see this person, Eileen Wuornos. I mean, other than the voice, which that is still sounds like Charlize. Everything else is just a total transformation, and she brings a lot of empathy to what could have been a very tricky character to get into. So I think this is just masterful work from Charlize, and she deserved the win. I do love Diane Keaton, and Something's Got to Give, one of the best comedic performances of the century so far, quite frankly. But yeah, Charlize has always been elite level for me. So rest assured, Mark.
Mark's in
Sorry.
the S tier.
I thought we'd have some like C's for some reason on this one. Like it can't be maybe or something, but that's good
All right,
so far.
Mark, you're giving this an S? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Sophia.
The only reason I'm so torn is because we have my favorite girls coming, and
Me too. And
But pause for
we're
a minute.
limited.
When we're done, if we have like 18 S's, we then discuss which 15 make the cut, right?
yeah, we can.
Okay.
We can go
back on.
over. I would
Yeah, we're
assume.
gonna
I
have to
don't
have a
think
discussion.
we're gonna get over 15 though.
I don't
Oh,
either.
we're already
Well,
at
we have
11.
a lot coming up.
We have
Oh, we
11.
already 11?
Yeah.
We do
Yeah.
have a lot.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
not good because I have like 7 S's
I
coming.
have so many coming. Yeah,
I
that's
know.
my only
too.
thing. But if
I
I am
have
just
5.
like, let's say if she were last week early, I would have given her an S.
Mm.
So I can't. I think
Yeah.
I need
Then
to.
you need to go
I
up.
need to not
Well,
be thinking about the order.
Right. We can
And I
debate
need to
that
just
later.
look at the performance. We can talk
Yeah.
about it later. I do
Right.
think it is one of the great actress transformations. And I've always been stuck because it is one of those things where I'm like, my love for Diane Keaton is so strong that I would have loved her to have another Oscar here. But I think that this is just kind of one of those undeniable performances. And like Kevin was saying, she brings so much empathy to this part. And it gave, me a look at this serial killer who I had a completely different take on her after seeing this movie. And I think that's
Mhm.
because of Charlize.
I would give her an A. I wouldn't give her the S because I wouldn't give her the win because I give it to Diane Keaton. I think what Diane's doing in Something's Got to Give, 5-star masterpiece, is a great film and a great performance, and says a lot about her. Says a lot about Nancy Myers. I think there's a lot of meta contextuality in that performance. Kevin's right; it's one of the great comedic performances of the last 25 years. I don't think we give enough credit to older actresses in comedic roles. I think that she's great alongside Jack. It was one of the most rewatchable films. My favorite film of 2003. And but I think Charlize is excellent in this. And honestly, she's never even come close to doing a performance like this again, which is so sad because she has the ability to do something like this, and she is instead made, Netflix action movies and Atomic Blonde. And I think the closest that she does in that genre, in that sort of world, is what she does in Fury Road, but it's completely different than something like this. And
But does she? Because this is something I think about when with a lot of these wins is how lightning in a bottle sometimes some of
no,
them are. Because sometimes a one single win is definitive because it is the one time they can do it. It doesn't
no, yeah.
necessarily mean that they have that in them for other performances.
I think like she tried with like North Country to try to go back to do something
that
like
was
this in that sort of
totally-
era, and then she just completely switched. And I think that she's great in like a movie like Long Shot. I think she's got great comedic timing, and I think she like
Young adult.
a young adult.
I love
and
her in Young Adult.
I think she's very good, obviously in Fury Road, but yeah, she's
Mhm.
never tried to come back here to this speed before, or many times after is what I'm trying to say. So
Yeah.
but she's great in the film, so she's gonna go in the S tier for now, and we'll have a conversation about her definitely here in a little bit. Okay. Who just read? Sophia, you just read this, right?
I did, I
Oh,
think.
no, you did.
I think I had to start that because my S was.
Yes. Sophia, 1955, please.
Okay, 1955. Let me work my way up there. Okay. Our winner, we have Anna Magnani for The Rose Tattoo. Our nominees are Susan Hayward for I'll Cry Tomorrow, Katharine Hepburn for Summertime, Jennifer Jones for Love is a Many Splendored Thing, and Eleanor Parker for Interrupted Melody. I would have given the win to Katharine Hepburn for Summertime, which is one of my all-time favorite performances. I don't think they're like I do like Anna Magnani here, but it's not one of those I think all-time great wins. So I'm going to stick it in the B tier.
Okay.
I haven't seen it in a long time, I will also admit. So it is one of those that I think is on the like it's not forgettable, I don't think, but it's just not one that I think of as one of the all-time greats. So I'm gonna go B.
I'm actually going to abstain because I haven't seen it in such a long time, and I don't remember a lot of it. I'm actually like what you just said, Sophia. I'm like, I don't think it's not unmemorable. I just don't remember a lot from it, and it's not fresh on the mind. So I'm going to abstain. So, Mark.
Been a long time since I've seen it as well, but I do remember liking it a lot. I remember her being volcanic and lots of emotion and whatnot through it. I think B is probably fair though.
Kevin.
Yeah, B for me as well. Good performance. She's very well attuned to the Tennessee Williams melodrama of it all. Great screen presence. Like Mark said, volcanic is the word that has been used to describe her throughout her career. So yeah, I also would have given Katharine Hepburn my win as well, because Summertime is top tier from her, but strong B for Anna.
Erik, quickly.
Yep. Solid B. Hepburn was better by a margin that's, too big.
Okay. Erik, she goes in the B tier. Erik, 1935, Bette Davis, Dangerous.
Oh my God.
She is dangerous in life, but she's also in the film dangerous.
This is one that I hadn't landed on yet.
Well,
okay.
Better get to it.
Okay, joining our winner, Bette Davis for Dangerous, was Elizabeth Bergner for Escape Me Never, Claudette Colbert for Private Worlds, Katharine Hepburn for Alice Adams, Miriam Hopkins for Becky Sharp, and Merle Oberon for The Dark Angel.
I love that name, Becky Sharp.
Becky Sharp.
It's a very like 90s sitcom girl name.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It does not feel fucking 1930.
No, it does not.
35 at all. It's totally weird. I feel I feel almost too ill-equipped. I should have more to say about this as a Betty Davis performance, but I'm going to shuffle it to the next person and then come back.
All right, Kevin.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a D for me. I think this is a rating that even Betty Davis would not argue with. She has fully acknowledged that this was a makeup win after Of Human Bondage. So, and who am I to argue with Betty Davis? She's playing an actress here, but she would also play an actress much better and with much more nuance in All About Eve. So it's fine. It's a fine performance. It's also one of her most forgettable performances. So, yeah, I think I said on my show that this would have been my first Katharine Hepburn win to continue the Katharine Hepburn love for Alice Adams. I think that would have been a much better first win than Morning Glory.
I'm with you, Kevin.
Okay, I'll echo that like exactly because that is how I feel.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I would do the same thing. Yeah, so 3 Ds. Mark.
I love Alice Adams.
I'd go B, but I'm with you with the Hepburn for Alice Adams. But I think she's really good in this too.
Sophia.
I was a little kinder to it. I put it at C, but not one of my favorite Davis performances. And I think it could be lower too, just because in the same way that I graded Ingrid Bergman for Anastasia lower, it's like when you see what else that actress can do, and then you're kind of stuck with this, which I think the studio, like, you can see why Warner Brothers was so interested in Betty Davis and what they wanted to do with her. But it just, to me, it almost feels like fanfic. I can't describe it. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going in the D tier. Speaking of lesser work, 1960 Elizabeth Taylor Butterfield 8. Kevin?
Here we go.
Oh, boy. All right. So the other nominees were Greer Garson in Sunrise at Campobello, Deborah Carr in The Sundowners, Shirley MacLaine in The Apartment, and Melina Mercuri for Never on Sunday.
Never,
ever.
Also
feel the same way about Greer Garson in Sunrise at Campobello. Never, ever.
With her Rami Malek teeth. She has like the full Freddie Mercury teeth.
It is.
What's the lyric?
Quite a look. Mm-hmm. So Elizabeth Taylor here, it's a D for me. It's a very notorious win. She hated making it. The movie is comically bad. The ending with the car is just like high comedy. She's doing what she can. Her line delivery sometimes is genuinely funny because she just does not care to be making this movie. Saying that she was the slut of all time will always stay with me. But yeah, it's kind of a joke of a win, especially when you compare it to her second win. Shirley MacLaine was right there in the Best Picture winner, giving a beautiful performance. So yeah, it's a D.
I give it an F.
Okay.
I think it's pretty horrible. Everything you kind of described. I don't even think the performance is, you can save it because she herself doesn't even think it's worthy. Very horrible film in general. One I'm never, that on the watches for your show, Kevin, when we were going along that ride, I felt your pain. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel pain for people that have to podcast about some bad movies. And that was definitely that week. And yeah, I mean, Shirley MacLaine sitting right there for The Apartment, beautiful performance. Would that have made it like another Best Picture director, actor, actress, right? That would have happened, right? No? Am I wrong about that?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it should have. Because The Apartment's perfect. And she's wonderful.
One for the tiger or something.
Yeah. But yeah. Love that for you, Mark.
Save the tiger.
Save the
tiger.
Yeah.
Save the tiger.
Sorry.
But yeah, I give it an F. Mark.
I'd go D. I think if I remember, there was something about her like being on death's doorstep or something, and there was like that rush to get her the win. So yeah, D.
Sophia.
I went D for this one too. It actually reminded me of how I felt watching this really bad movie at Cannes called The Richest Woman in the World with Isabelle Huppert, which is that like how can something have so much camp and glamour and be so boring at the same time? It's kind of amazing when that happens. But I'm gonna give it points only because watching Elizabeth Taylor in this role, she's not particularly good or anything like that, but it is really the only reason to watch this movie. And for all of the reasons that you guys have said, though, it's not a good win. But I'm going D just for the enjoyment I have seeing her again in a fur coat, you know.
Eric?
The 3-year run that Taylor goes on here with Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, Suddenly Last Summer, and this is so it is the craziest roller coaster.
Yeah.
Because I love her in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, even though there's something strangely almost too uh um like she's too young or immature or something about it in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Like she's trying a little bit too hard, but I love it. There's something very like junior about it. And then in Suddenly, it's absolutely over the top, histrionics, ridiculous performance. And then this comes along and it's neither. It's the trajectory makes like no sense to me. I wish she had done something in this closer to what she did in one of those two performances. I don't know. It's over the years I thought that I'd be a little kinder to it because it is so reviled, but it's hard to go higher than a D for this. And yeah, the lore and the reason that it happened is terrible.
Yeah, it's awful.
If the timing had been reversed and she had already, done Virginia Woolf and won, we would be in the clear and not talking about this happening. We'd be talking about Shirley MacLaine and her first Oscar win,
Yeah.
up two.
Yeah. She's in the D tier. Mark, 1998, Gwyneth Paltrow, Shakespeare in Love.
We also had Kate Blanchett for Elizabeth, Fernanda Montenegro for Central Station, Meryl Streep for One True Thing, which I have to be honest, I don't even remember that movie.
That's all right.
Cancer.
Okay. And Emily Watson, Hillary, and Jackie. I'm probably going to be the high man on Gwyneth. I think she's sweet and enchanting in all the best romantic love story ways, and I was a big fan of her at the time. And I know it's not a popular win, and I know all the Harvey stuff, but I'd go B.
I go B as well. Meryl's very good in One True Thing. It's Renee Zellweger that's
no
terrible
surprise
in that movie.
No surprise.
I watched it last year for the Carl Franklin series that we did on Director Watch, just to complete it, and I was surprised at how great Meryl was inside a movie that's very fine. Like it's a fine film. And Kate's good. Fernanda would, Montenegro would get my win here in the category. I think Gwyneth's good. Obviously, if you love that film, you're gonna probably love that performance. Solid work. Wouldn't get Goop without it. So, Sophia.
I like this performance just fine, but I did go C for it just because I think it is one of those wins in the category's history that stands out for me as a negative. And for me, it is really, I can't really totally take the campaigning out of it. I think it's part of it and why an Oscar win happens. And I've weighed that in some of my other rankings here. For me, it is Fernanda Montenegro's performance in Central Station that also has this a bit lower. But I think she's effervescent in the movie, Gwyneth, and it is a really beautiful, I think, like romantic performance. Love her pink Oscar dress, one of my favorites.
Yeah,
but
that is a beautiful dress.
I'm gonna go C, but I would be okay with B. But that is my truth.
Eric?
I am a huge supporter of this performance
Okay.
Oh.
and of the movie. Uh, it's
Oh.
she nails her accent, she nails the mood, she nails the romantic comedy. Um, I I kind of love that this and Elizabeth were both really her and Blanchett's big coming out. It wasn't their first film, but this was their real. These were big
Announcements.
deals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Blanchett has certainly had a much better career
You
than
think?
Paltrow has had. Yeah,
Okay. Okay, well,
by like an
controversial statement.
enormous. Is it
Is it?
controversial?
I don't think it's
How
good.
would it be?
I'm messing with you.
Okay, because no.
No,
Um,
Kate's one of the greatest
so
actresses of all time, and
Yeah.
like Gwyneth's in
yes.
freaking Marvel movies.
Gwyneth has had a thriving career in business.
Yeah.
So
She really has.
Not in the business that
Exactly.
she originated, but definitely in
that's
business.
yeah.
Kevin owns a
Um,
candle or two.
oh my God. No, this is an A tier for me.
Okay.
I really love her
Cool.
that much.
Okay.
And I love the film more than Saving Private Ryan in that whole year of
Well,
that battle.
well,
I was Team Shakespeare in Love
I do too.
it should have been Thin Red Line.
by a long shot,
Yeah.
actually. So I love that win too.
Kevin,
And she's of the five, she is my
Your
winner
winner.
as
Okay.
well. Yeah.
Mine too.
Kevin.
I have a C for her, kind of for a lot of the reasons that Sophia said as well. I do think some of the hate that she gets for this performance is a little overblown, quite frankly. She is very winning in the part, and she suits the role really well. For me, it doesn't really have some of the depth of actresses above her in my ranking that I'm usually looking for, but very charming performance. I think she's third in that lineup for me. I also would have voted for Fernanda Montenegro. But yeah, I just wanted to, note that Gwyneth does get a little too much hate, especially because of the Weinstein of it all.
I think she also gets
Totally.
the hate because of the Shakespeare in Love versus Saving Private Ryan of it all as well,
Right.
too. I think the sort of battle for Best Picture extends out into then why did this thing win? Because of this performance there too, and then they hate on her as well for it. I think she's going in the B tier because there were 2 C's, 2 B's, and an A. So I think she goes in the B tier. All right.
Nice.
That's I think how math works. Sophia, 1984, Sally Field, Places in the Heart.
Yes. 1 second. Okay. We also have Judy Davis for A Passage to India, Jessica Lange for Country, likely title for a Jessica Lange film, Vanessa Redgrave for The Bostonians, and Sissy Spacek for The River.
Yeah.
What if there was a river?
What if there was a river? What if there
Water
was a
was
country?
in it.
Right.
This one's tricky, I think, because we talked about Sally Field and how great she is in Norma Ray last week, which is one of those high tier wins for me. I'm less high on this one. I think like we started to talk about then. For a grade, I'm really between a B and a C. I think the B comes from me just loving Sally Field, and this does just feel like, I think, even though it's not a movie I particularly care for, it's a performance I think that or a role that she's well suited to play, and she is good in the film. I just don't really care for the win. So I don't think it's a good second Oscar, I think, especially after Norma Ray. So, but the lineup itself for me also isn't really doing it either. I guess I would go with Vanessa Redgrave for The Bostonians here.
Sure.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I think so. Yeah, maybe, you know what? I'll go C. I'll go C here for Sally.
C for Sally. I'm gonna go D. I don't like this movie. I think I'm not really moved by the performance. I think she's better in Norma Ray than she is in this. They used to play this in school all the fucking time down here,
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
In history,
This
I don't
was
know
not
why.
one of ours.
In history class, like on a rainy
No.
day,
I think it's set in Texas.
and I could. There's some movies where you're like they play over and over again. You're like, oh, okay, I don't mind watching that again. It's like, there's good enjoyable moments. This was just like such a slog at a certain point to get through. And this one teacher's just like, okay, it's raining outside. We're putting on Places in the Heart, and you're like, why the fuck are you doing that? So I've seen this way
She
too
should have
many
put on the
times.
river.
Yeah, exactly. For the
The
rain.
Blossoms in the Dust.
Exactly.
Another Texas movie.
But yeah, I just I don't like it, and I never have. And the lineup sucks. It's just it's a bad year. You can just kind of wash it down the river. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, Eric, quickly.
This is a really low C. This farm core year is
Yeah,
so
we really had this shit
bizarre.
happening a lot. Yeah,
It's so weird just
Farm
that it
core.
even happened. It makes little sense.
Yeah.
I would have gone with Judy Davis or Redgrave for this, mostly because the Lang, Spacek and Field just really are sort of muddled together.
Yeah.
And it's almost strange that Field was able to kind of come out on top
Well, they like her.
they
They really like her.
of those three girls. So I just don't care about this performance at all.
Yeah. Kevin?
It's a C for me. I hate this year in Best Actress. I hated doing it on the show. It was
Again,
such a slog.
I felt that for you listening.
Yeah.
Truly, that was one of those times where I was like, do I really have to do every single year? But yeah. So I just don't really understand what makes this like Oscar worthy from her. Like, she is very sympathetic. She's certainly not bad by any means. She's always great. I've never really felt that extra sort of oomph for me that like made me understand this win, other than they just liked the film. It's nominated for Best Picture. Like, obviously it's a memorable speech. She can't deny the fact that they like her. So that helps, I guess, but it's just very, very average, like right in the middle for me, kind of a performance of all time. So solid C.
Mark, bring us home.
This is a personal film for me, and one that
You have a place for it in your heart?
right.
Hmm.
My mom. It's Sally Field's character will always remind me exactly of my mom, and it's one of those movies I watched a bunch of times growing up, and she was a big fan of it as well. So for me, I do love this performance and Sally Field for it. So I'd go A.
Oh, okay. It's going to average out to a C.
Yeah.
So, 1980, Sissy Spacek, coal miner star. Eric.
Okay. Back to Spacek in a much better performance.
Yes.
My God, this lineup. Holy shit.
Yep.
Okay, joining Sissy Spacek in Coal Miner's Daughter, Ellen Burstyn in Resurrection, Goldie Hawn in Private Benjamin, Mary Tyler Moore in Ordinary People, and Jenna Rollins in Gloria. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What a year. And it says a lot because this is an S tier for me, but I would probably put S tier for Mary Tyler Moore or Goldie Hawn if she had won. The Goldie Hawn nomination is one of my all-time favorites in any year. I think it is a spectacular, perfect performance. But what Spacek does here is, for me, the definitive musical biopic performance, which is why something like Reese Witherspoon's When feels dwarfed by something like this. It's the benchmark for me for musical biopics.
So you have it in S.
It's an S.
Okay. Kevin.
I have it in B. I think Mary Tyler Moore should have won this, and she would have been an A tier winner for me, if not S. So there's that. But yeah, Sissy's putting in very strong work. She's doing all her own singing. She's got this huge character arc and does make you believe that she is as young as Loretta is at the beginning of that movie, all the way through to her becoming a star. So yeah, I think now when we look back on it, it's like this kind of set the template for the dozens upon dozens of music biopics we get every year for the last 50 years. So that's why I'm like not super affectionate toward it necessarily. But, you know, she's born to play this part, as Loretta herself said, and she kind of picked her out herself. So, yeah.
I guess she is also to blame. Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Mary Tyler Moore would have been an S tier win as well for me. There's too many S tiers here for me. It's beyond.
Mark.
Yeah, this was one that came close to an S on. I'll go A. I think she's terrific, but I probably would give it to Mary Tyler Moore. So that's why I'd go A.
Sophia, we covered this recently on an Oscar retrospective.
We did.
And we gave the Oscar to
Mary Tyler Moore,
yes,
as they should have as well in at the ceremony then. I landed on an A here for Sissy. I think it's a really strong performance in a musical biopic, and I think, you know, definitely one of my favorites in the genre. I think, Kevin, what you were saying about her being, you know, able to we're actually at the point where I don't remember who said it, I'm sorry, but someone said about her being really convincing in the younger years portion.
That was me.
You
were right.
Okay, great. Good. I was right. But I think that's some of her strongest work in the movie. And the only thing, I mean, it's always going to be the answer, or one of the answers to my who is your most heartbreaking loss question, because what Mary Tyler Moore does in Ordinary People is remarkable. It's a perfect performance. It's totally against type, and it's one of those, for me, one of the great all-time. This should have gone to her, but I'm happy that it wasn't someone terrible who won. It's actually a really good performance, so I'm going A.
I'd do a B as well. I think I'm like Kevin. I think I'm like really over the formula, but it's not. But a performance can transcend the formula, and definitely like Sissy Spacek is upper tier in terms of musical biopics. But I mean, there's an all-time performance sitting there from a Best Picture winner that should have gone. And as much as they gave Timothy Hutton all the credit, it seems like in the acting categories, he's acting opposite someone that is giving a Titanic performance, the Mary Tyler Moore, and very different than anything she was doing at the time and would ever do again. And this isn't something that like she repeated nor had done a lot before. I mean, she was one of the funniest people on the planet, and she's playing one of the most conflicted, cold, interesting characters that you could ever have in cinema. And I think that, and I don't say that like cold is like a bad thing. Like watch the film. She's not kind to her own family, and she's complex, and there's just so much on and below the surface of that character. And we talked about that. That's why we gave her the win. It's unlike any performance really you'll ever see. And it's one of my favorite performances by an actress that's ever been nominated. And yet sadly she didn't win. So I give her a B. I think based off of the enthusiasm though, she's going to go in the A tier.
It's okay, that's fine. Well, yeah. A is okay. I was just thinking the hard part of why I'm between A and B kind of on this one is also like Sissy Spacek had so many chances, or could still win an Oscar, right? So, and Mary Tyler Moore, it was like, that was it.
That's it.
If it was happening, it was there.
Yeah. All right. This one should be very easy, folks. 1991, Jodie Foster, The Silence of the Lambs. Gina Davis and Susan Sarandon for Thelma and Louise, Laura Dern for Rambling Rose, and Bette Midler for The Boys. No, don't even start, Eric. This is an S tier. Kevin knows this. He asked me this. This is my favorite Best Actress win of all time. I think it's like night and day in terms of the other win that Jodie has that we talked about last week. I think she's phenomenal here. She had to fight to get this role, and everything about this movie is Jonathan Demme's close-ups and her acting. And that movie is iconic. 5 out of 5. One of my favorite films of all time. So much so that Sophia and I, when we were at Cannes, we were just like, it was the night before everything was starting, and we were just sitting around, just, hanging out with Christina Yerling Biro, and then Eric came in, and we needed to put a movie on in the background. We said a comforting movie to put on in the background, and we put on Silence of the Lambs, and because it's one of the great rewatchable films of all time. And
Talk about quotable.
And talk about quotable.
Can I use your phone, please?
Yeah. we quote that movie all the time. And yeah, it's one of those where it's like, yeah, it's the best. So Jodie, the S is of S. So Eric,
Go to somebody else.
all right, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
I should've been easy, but
Well, this might be a slight hot take. I know that this is a lot of people's like top 10, top 5, if not favorite best actress win. I don't quite go that far, so that's why I have it an A personally. It just doesn't quite go over the line of being like, this is one of the best performances of all time for me, but it is still an incredible performance, and she's so locked in. She's so controlled in this, and she really works a close-up like nobody's business. So yeah, I think despite Gina Davis and Susan Sarandon also putting in great work, Jodie does tower over this lineup, and it's a very, very deserved win. I just wish I was like you, Ryan, in terms of really feeling like that kind of fervor for this performance,
Mark. Oh,
Sorry, right as I sneezed.
right
Did
as
I
you
mute that
sneezed.
in time?
I know. It was so
I
perfect.
tried. It was a challenge. This is an all-time performance. I agree with Ryan. It's an S.
Okay, Sophia.
I'm in the S tier camp for this one. This is in my top 10 of all time. I think it's also a very different kind of performance that we see in Best Actress and in the winners camp in particular. What you were saying about Jodie Foster having to fight for the role, there's that. And I think she has a better understanding of the role than you could ever imagine. If you just read or listen to her commentary on the role in the movie, I mean, she's just, it's perfect. It's spot on. But what I think is so right about it is that there are other actresses who were considered for this. Holly Hunter, Michelle Pfeiffer, and for me, as much as I like those actresses and other things, they're completely wrong for this part. For me, this is only Jodie. She's the right stature. She has the right, bits of brilliance and insecurity that comes through in her best performances. And that's kind of one of those indelible things, and why Clarice for me is also one of the all-time great characters. And I can't really separate that from Jodie's performance. So it's S tier for me.
Eric, it seems like it's going in the S, but quickly.
I'm kind of wavering between A and S here because it is an all-timer that I absolutely love. But I like Gina Davis more. I like Gina Davis's arc more. I find it more compelling. But that doesn't really take away from how much I love Foster. And considering how much I hate her first win, absolutely hate that win. I love this win. And it's, to Sophia's point, there's just something about it that if it had been Holly Hunter, I can map out exactly how it would have gone in a way that would be just this side of mannered. I can hear her voice. I can completely picture it, but it wouldn't have been with those little bit of surprises that Foster brings to it, because you kind of think that you know what you're going to get with her, and she's subverting it all the time. It's wonderful. So I will lean S.
Okay. Well, it was already in the S anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. for getting us
Fine.
there, getting us over the top. 1963, Patricia Neal, HUD. Eric.
Oh man,
Yeah, I know. Come on.
this is one of my undecideds.
Well, pick it up.
Okay,
Put a grain on it.
wait a minute. Where are we?
1963.
1963. There we go. All right, joining Patricia Neal is Leslie Caron, The L-Shaped Room, Shirley MacLaine, Irma LaDouce, Rachel Roberts, This Sporting Life, Natalie Wood, Love with a Proper Stranger. I always forget how many nominations Natalie Wood has. It's
Another
constant.
actress. Another actress you don't. Yeah, and Sophia the same way.
Yeah,
constant-
she's one of mine that I have trouble with sometimes.
See?
Me too.
Everybody has.
Me
one.
too. Mm,
You wanna come back real quick. Just
no, I'm
gut,
just gonna
gut grade.
just B. It's a
There you go.
supporting performance.
There you go.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Exactly.
It's a B for me as well. I think despite it being a supporting performance, I do think her impact in the film is so strong that voters,
Yeah.
I think at the time were like, supporting is not enough. We have to give her best actress.
Yeah.
So yeah. Very naturalistic, very authentic. She just reads very well as this character. I think I personally would have gone with Rachel Roberts in This Sporting Life from that lineup because I just am so captivated by that performance in film. But yeah, solid win.
I give it a C. I think it's everything you said just knocks it down from a B to a C because it is a supporting performance. Mark.
Supporting.
What was that, Mark? You broke it?
B. Supporting.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
B, supporting.
Brief.
Okay.
I'm being brief.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sophia.
I don't have anything to say on it.
We'll,
Yeah, that's fair.
we'll make it B across the board. I don't have anything really to add here, but how did Paul Newman not win when we had some winners from
This is
this
this
movie?
is listen, that's
Right?
that's an evergreen statement for like
The eternal question.
30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do quite like her here, but it's
Yeah.
it's a B for me.
It's like what the like when are we
I like her in general. Neil is just like
Yeah.
Sure.
just a unique actress. That voice
Mm.
is
I love that voice.
Love
I
the
mean-
voice.
Oh.
Yes.
it's iconic. Nobody was really had that.
Kevin, 1973,
Mm.
Linda Jackson, A Touch of Class.
Okay.
We can go through this one quickly too.
Yes. So we also had Ellen Burstyn in The Exorcist, Marsha Mason in Cinderella Liberty, Barbara Streisand in The Way We Were, and Joanne Woodward for Summer Wishes, Winter
What a
Dreams.
fucking title.
I love that title.
Yes. Okay. So this is a D for me. I really struggle with A Touch of Class, which is well documented on my show. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's clever. The plot is just annoying to me. George Segal and Glenda Jackson, I find both very annoying. So it's just such an irritating watch. And I don't really think this second win was needed. So I think I might have voted for Ellen Burstyn this year, or maybe Joanne Woodward even, just for fun. But yeah, I'm just not on the wavelength of this performance at all. Kudos to those of you who are, but I can't do it.
Mark?
Yeah, C for me, and I would go with Burston.
Sophia?
B for me. This is one of my least favorites, and again with an actress who I really like, but who has another one.
Right.
I also just don't think she's a good fit for this
No.
material
No.
either, and it's part of the reason why I didn't enjoy my watch. I would go with Burstyn for The Exorcist.
I'd do the same thing as everyone that's already echoed it, and I would give her a D as well. She's pretty out of place here. Eric?
Miss Glenda Jackson, you are nasty. This is a D.
There we go. She's in the D tier. Mark, 1948.
1948, we had, well, that's Jane Wyman's Rear for Johnny Belinda, and the other nominees were Ingrid Bergman for Joan of Arc, Olivia de Havilland for The Snake Pit, Irene Dunn. Dunn or
Yep.
Dune?
Yep, done.
Dunn. Okay.
Yeah.
I Remember Mama.
Like Amy.
Duene.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Barbara Stanwyck for Sorry, Wrong Number.
You didn't say that right. Sorry. Wrong number.
Sorry,
There you go.
wrong number.
There's a comma there.
Yeah.
I don't remember a ton of Wyman's performance in Johnny Belinda, but
Sorry,
I
I
don't
just
know
saw
that I should-
Sophia's face being like, well.
I was
good
kind of
thing
like,
you-
well,
Good
you
thing
know,
you did.
yeah. Okay, it's bad.
Likely story.
All right, I'll withdraw from. I'll abstain from this one.
Sophia?
I would put this in the C tier for me. It is just not remarkable, not a memorable performance. This is, part of there are some actress wins and performances in the 40s where it's like, of course, the Academy would go that route, but I don't understand it. I would go with Olivia de Havilland here for The Snake Pit, personally. And even though I'm a huge Barbara Stanwyck fan, sorry, wrong number. What an interesting exercise. What's going on?
What a wild nomination.
It's really a wild nomination, but C for Jane Wyman, who's also an actress I don't totally vibe with all the time.
I give it a D. Whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Ingrid Bergman and Joan of Arc, and I think, de Havilland in The Snake Pit, better performance I don't think about outside of when I hear that Johnny Belinda, I think of Johnny Baloney, because that's what this movie kind of feels like at times. So I don't know.
Okay.
That's what my mind connects to. So Erik.
I think I'm closer to a C for this.
Okay.
I think it is trying to do the most and best that it can, including Wyman, in terms of a deaf character. And I think Wyman's commitment was there to it as much as possible. But it's also then really exploitative about it. So it's kind of creepy. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe does a little bit of a disservice to that by making her deafness such a exploitable weakness. But I think it was a little bit of the time. 48, that's still it's somewhat progressive, but it's and so I kind of have to look at it from that perspective. So I think it's a C.
Kevin?
It's a C for me as well. I like Jane Wyman's work with Douglas Sirk a lot. I don't love her in many other places, sadly.
Yeah.
She does register a bit flat for me a lot of the time. So not a win I get particularly excited about. I think Olivia also, I agree that she should have won for The Snake Pit personally, or even taken like an Irene Dunn legacy win just for fun.
Yeah, she's in the C tier. 1932. Sophia.
Okay, 1932. We have, let me find where I am. Okay, Helen Hayes was our winner for The Sin of Madeleine Claudette. We also have Marie Dressler for Emma and Lynn Fontanne for The Guardsman. It's a really funny story about this one. This is one that I texted Kevin about earlier this week and said, I do not have a memory of this. I know I saw it. I know I watched it, but I don't have a memory of this. The one thing I do remember is that I do think I prefer her win here to her win for Airport later.
Oh my God.
I think one of the things here that I do remember just from the performance style is that you could feel, I think, her struggle to become a film actress from the stage. And that was part of my issue with it. But again, it's been so long. I watched this, Kevin, when you covered this episode, this year. So that would have been 4 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stick her in C. That feels right.
I'll put her in the C as well. Erik.
I almost want to abstain because I literally remember nothing about this other than she was
Great, we're all aligned.
The first
We're
actress.
all aligned.
She's the first actress to EGOT ever.
Right.
And this is obviously a part of that. So
Abstention.
take that how you want.
Yes.
But I'm abstaining.
Okay, Kevin.
It's a C for me. I feel like this is like the least remembered Best Actress win. It just kind of happened. The year was kind of weak, so it just kind of lined up for her to win. I think it's fine. She's kind of, she ages quite a bit in the film, and she pulls that off pretty well. But the more I think about it, I'm like, Marie Dressler, I think, is even better in Emma than she is in Min and Bill, so that would have been a nice win. I don't really care too much about the year, though.
Mark?
Yep, abstain, please.
All right, so she is in the C tier. Abstain,
Thanks.
please.
Did you say Epstein?
Oh, no,
Mark,
shut up.
come
Eric.
on.
God damn it.
Wow, let's
1967. I'm just going to move along. Katharine Hepburn, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? We had Anne Bancroft for the Graduate, Faye Dunaway for Bonnie and Clyde, Edith Evans, The Whispers, and Audrey Hepburn, Wait Until Dark.
speak about exploiting a disability, but in a good way.
I gotta put this in the C tier.
Wow.
I'm not a big fan of Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. And I just it's a movie that is, I remember seeing it young and I liked it, and then every time I've gone back to it, it just feels like a kind of a chore to get through. When you do like Kevin shows or other retrospectives, or just it's on TCM, and I'm like, why am I watching this? This is like, it's so all over the place. And I just think what Faye's doing in Bonnie and Clyde and what Anne Bancroft does in The Graduate are phenomenal, iconic performances. And it's like, really, we had to get Katharine Hepburn another one at this point. And especially also that she has On Golden Pond that we talked about last time, which is, I think, a better performance than this and a better film than this. So I would go C. Sophia?
I'm also C here. I'm not a huge fan of this performance, and she's lower in my lineup. Like you were saying, I think we had the opportunity to
An
give
all-timer.
Faye her first Oscar of several that I would gift her, or in Bancroft, of course. But I think I would probably look more fondly on this performance had she not won her Oscar. But the only thing I really think about this in this role when I remember this performance is just how she's always crying or teary-eyed. It's like the one
She's got a lot
the
of water
one
in those
thing
eyes. Yeah.
from the performance I remember. And for me, it's just not, it's not really a deserving additional Oscar. So no C.
Mark?
This is one of those all-time great years for movies, 1967, and I do love the performance. I think it's one of the more tender, and I don't know, just the final scene with her, between her and Tracy, and knowing that, within a few weeks Tracy would be dead. I think it's an all-timer, so I have it as an A.
Okay. Kevin?
I have it as a C. Obviously we're really seeing the blending of reality and fiction a lot in her performance, I think, especially when she is looking at Spencer Tracy with those beautiful tears in her eyes. I just think she ranks pretty low in the overall lineup for me. Like, Anne Bancroft would be my winner. Faye is pretty close behind. Edith Evans, who, by the way, everyone kind of forgets that Edith Evans literally won everything leading up to this, and she easily was her biggest competition, Katharine Hepburn, but not many people watch The Whispers now, so it kind of gets lost to time.
Whisper.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But yeah, C.
C. Eric?
This is a really high B for me. I think in the canon of Katharine Hepburn performances, nominations, and wins, it is among her most sympathetic work and a little different than what we're used to. And also just being what it was for 1967 is incredibly progressive and thoughtful. And I know that as years went by, there's a lot of it that people feel is like cringy now or whatever, but it certainly wasn't for 67, the way that something like In the Heat of the Night wasn't either. So while it might feel a little dated, it certainly wasn't at the time. So I just think it has more power and resonance, and I think her performance does too. Just more than Yeah, more than just what she would do like the very next year. It stands outside of so many of her performances, and I really, really like it.
An A, a B, and 3 C's. I kind of feel like that's like a C plus territory,
it's like
maybe.
a
It's a
high C, yeah.
it's like high C, low B, but
I
three
think the
C's
C's
is
are
a
gonna.
lot.
I think the C's are gonna take it on this one,
I think so.
and we're gonna put that there.
Rude.
Eric, 1990, Catherine Bates
Oh my
from
God.
Misery.
No, I hate
Oh wait,
that
I'm
so
sorry,
much.
because no one's ever fucking called her that. Kathy Bates from
Yeah.
Misery. Good Lord,
Okay.
we
All
got
right.
all upset
are
about that.
are you done?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
know.
are you done? Okay.
Gosh.
Good. Joining Kathy Bates, Angelica Houston in The Grifters, Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman, Meryl Streep in Postcards from the Edge, and Joanne Woodward in Mr. and Mrs. Bridge. Killer lineup.
Yeah.
Really,
Good shit
really
here.
spectacular
Yeah.
lineup. And the fact that the two frontrunners were absolutely villainous women is couldn't make me happier. Um, this is a little crazy because I know we've talked about and I have aligned mostly with, you can't really give an S tier if you think there's a better performance in there. I I hmm, I put Houston and Bates both would be S tiers had either one because I love them both so much. But Bates is still an S tier for me because there's just never been anything like it,
Mm.
really before or since. Um, and yeah, it's not that she has a tremendous amount of range in it. She does, but it's range as a character who is an absolute psychotic, which I sort of see differently as than the range of an actress doing the performance that she's doing. So there's something like next level really in it for me in that's almost, I don't know, just her understanding Annie Wilkes in a way that probably nobody really could have.
An S for Eric.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yeah.
So this is another one where I have it right outside my S. So it is an A ultimately, but it's just such an incredible star-making performance. Totally commits to the role. There's a lot of humor in it, which I really enjoy. And you can really just sense how smart she is as an actress because she's really injecting so much of this character with empathy, I find. You can tell she's not judging her character. So, and the uniqueness of her, being in a horror movie, it's a very, very special win. I tried to limit my S tiers ultimately, so she fell right outside that. But no arguments if she ends up in S.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be the low man here. I never really have been a big fan of this performance or this film. I think it is very dated, and I think it's interesting that the very next year you have Foster in a similar genre, and it blows it out of the water. I think it's a good performance. I just never really loved that movie like so many others did. So I go B.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna do
No,
something much more
it's
aggressive
good.
than that.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's
Sophia?
good. It's good. It's good.
It's an A tier for me. It's a really cool win. There's nothing like it, and I think what Bates does here, it's really terrifying in some moments, and also really sad in others. Like she's able, I think, to do so much in this part. So it's great. It's an A for me.
The performance that inspires Club Chalamet daily. Kathy Bates in Misery. That's for sure. Um, I would give it an A only, and this is how strong the lineup is. She'd be fourth in my lineup,
Yeah.
and that's
yeah.
yeah.
Fourth.
Oh yeah.
Fourth.
Yes. She'd be fourth in my lineup.
Rank them.
Okay. You want me to rank them? I
Did I
think
stutter?
no, you did not. I think that Meryl Streep and Joanne Woodward and Julia Roberts all get better performances slightly. And I think that Angelica Houston and Kathy Bates, they go back and forth on the fourth and fifth. But I love all of these, and I wouldn't have been mad at any one of them winning. I think they're
Steve,
all
I'm
phenomenal.
one and
What?
two, Bates and Houston. Like,
Yeah.
Houston's
Same
my
for me.
one.
I love all these performances. I think they're great. I also recently
Yeah, that's
watched
good. That's a
Postcards
good
from the
lineup.
Edge for the Mike Nichols series, and I'm kind of blown away by Meryl's work in that. And I think she's phenomenal in it. And her scenes, obviously with Shirley MacLaine, like that's such a personal film for Carrie Fisher and the Debbie Reynolds relationship. I love that. I think Joanne Woodward is extraordinary and lovely and beautiful in Mr. and Mrs. Bridges. And I think Julie Roberts in Pretty Woman, that's like an kind of an undeniable performance as well too. I don't, and again, I still give her an A. I think the whole lineup is wonderful.
It's
I
a
just
great
watched
lineup.
the Grifters because I just got it on Blu-ray a couple of months ago, and Houston's wonderful in that film. So
Los
Yeah.
Angeles, as she
Yeah.
says.
and I have the 4K of Misery. This is in the Rob Reiner delivering bangers after bangers, era of him when he wasn't doing terrible films. He was actually not a hack. He was pretty good.
North was like 4 years after this, so
Yeah, but like in between
that
that, he had
that
like
run ended.
that. It's no, that's
A
in
few
like
good
the.
men,
It's
probably.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a
It
run of
ended
like
after
where he
that.
has like
Yeah.
5 or 6,
It ended
7
after
films that
that.
are classics.
He was
But
like, mid '80s to early
Yeah.
'90s.
he dominated.
some good
So
stuff,
I would give her an A. I think we're leaning towards A here in the category for the.
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm actually gonna. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Sophia, 1977, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I knew that. Yeah, I had to. I'm sorry, Kevin. I had to.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Our our winner
Take
was
it.
Diane Keaton for Annie Hall. Other nominees, we have Anne Bancroft for The Turning Point, Jane Fonda for Julia, Shirley MacLaine for The Turning Point, and Marsha Mason for The Goodbye Girl. This is S tier for me, one of my all-time favorite performances by any actress ever. I think if you look at the list of who we have in S tier, but also just the winners overall, it's hard to find many more iconic characters really than Annie Hall, and that is because of what Diane Keaton brought to this part. I think it's easy to dismiss the work that she's doing here as, oh, she's playing herself or she's playing a version of herself because Woody Allen knew her so well. But it is, I think, just a truly beautiful performance that is so comedic and also, emotive and vulnerable, but never annoying. You are always with her the entire movie. You are always on her side in this relationship. And I think what's so important about it, aside from her, wearing her own clothes and turning into this icon here with this movie and it winning Best Picture and her being the representative of that too, is that she runs away with the movie as an actor and her character runs away with the movie too in leaving him. You see her transformative arc the entire time as she's the one who grows and matures while Alvy stays exactly the same. And I think that's a difficult thing to navigate as an actor. And I think this is the actress, like this is the performance that defines the decade for me and what's to come in romantic comedies. And she's the inventor of what so many actresses do decades later. So it's S tier for me, but no one's surprised by that.
Not at all.
S tier. I turned around on this film and the performance about a year ago. Had a pretty like when I was like, I'm gonna put this on because I was kind of like on it, and Sophia's like, just go and watch it again. And I watched it, I was like, wow, man, where was I those years ago when I was watching it? This thing rules, and she's great and wonderful. It's kind of heartbreaking, and yeah, I mean, she's And to your point, Sophia, I don't think that she's playing a version of herself. I think that that's just, or that she's been playing herself her entire career. Some actors get labeled that. And then you lose, I think, then as an audience member, the nuance that are found within the choices that she or other actors are making. And I think she makes phenomenal choices throughout this entire film. And I think she's the titular role and she knocks it out of the park. Like, what else do you want? And there's nobody else even close in this lineup.
That's the other thing.
That's the other thing too. That it's an iconic performance, best of her career, wrapped inside a lineup that I would not give anybody else even remotely a chance of winning this Oscar. It's S tier. Eric?
Yeah, this is S tier, and echoing Sophia, really the blueprint for so much, both on and off screen. Just the impact is insane.
We don't get book club without this. And that was a shame.
Or Arthur's Whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we also don't get a nomination from that we're going to talk about soon.
Yeah, we'll talk about
that. I'm going to be a little less kind to. But yeah, it's a benchmark.
Yeah. Kevin?
It's an A for me personally. I don't think it's quite in my top echelon necessarily, but it is obviously an iconic performance. When she sings Seems Like Old Times at the end, I find that very, very moving. And yeah, on top of everything else, she absolutely smokes that lineup. Definitely the best of that group.
Mark?
This is what you save your S's for. I think it's, I can't really say anything else more than
Thanks,
Sophia
Dad.
has already said. Yeah, save up those S's.
Save up those S's, kids.
This is
Wow.
easily one of the, in my opinion, one of the great.
Put them in a Roth
Okay.
IRA. Yeah.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I thought I'd have to kind of like fight. That's why I had my whole speech planned,
Kevin?
It's a good
is good.
speech. It's a good speech.
Kevin, 1999. Boys, don't cry.
Boys Don't Cry. Yes. Okay. So we also had Annette Bening in American Beauty, Janet McTeer in Tumbleweeds, Julianne Moore in The End of the Affair, and Meryl Streep in Music of the Heart.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Music of My Heart by Diane Warren.
Oh, man.
All right. So this is, yes, this is one that I've kind of gone back and forth on for a while, but now I've landed on an A personally. This is like a string of A's for me. But from a modern perspective, yes, she is a cis woman playing a trans man. I think for me, what separates this from something like Louise Reiner in The Good Earth is that like there's just so much humanity and sensitivity in this performance. The movie is a brutal, brutal watch, kind of by necessity because the true story is so tragic. But I just think she totally transforms. She's got the swagger and the bravado as Brandon that I find very fascinating. I love Annette Bening in American Beauty, but this performance from Hillary, I do think is the better for two wins.
Yeah. Mark?
It's one of my least favorite wins in the history of the Oscars. I give it a D.
Good boy.
Okay.
Sophia?
I'm sorry, what was your grade?
A D.
D.
Okay.
It's dumb that they gave it to her.
Oh wow. Okay.
My God.
Best I can do.
I kind of think Swank is a great choice for this role for the time in particular. I think you have to look at this movie when it came out. And for me, she's the best of the lineup. She would have gotten the Oscar. And I think Kevin, I liked in your episode with Morgan when you talked about her and just how Swank really had such empathy and a good understanding of this character and her approach to playing Brandon. So I would go A here. I do like Annette Bening as Charlotte Pickles, but I would go Hillary Swank. So A.
Wow. I love that comparison so much.
It's perfect.
That's perfect. I give it a C. I don't like this lineup.
Fuck is happening here?
I don't like this lineup.
We don't like this performance.
And I like her in $1 Million Baby a hell of a lot more than I like this I like Million Dollar Baby held a
Absolutely
lot more
not.
than this movie.
Oh my God.
I guess if I had to choose, I would give it to Annette Bening, so then she can, have something finally. So then she can probably had stopped making Naiads and Being Julia's and all those movies. It's crazy that 20th Century Women wasn't a thing. I still think about that all the time. I know we all do. Yeah, it's just a pretty like whatever performance.
Wow,
Don't like it.
that's
Sometimes-
absurd.
And sometimes you have to play defense.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, in defense of that offensiveness, I was already going here anyway, but this is one of the highest S tiers and one of my absolute favorite wins
Shut
of all time. That was already coming even before the fuckery of Mark and Ryan here, because holy shit,
I could put it in D if I really
what the hell?
Yeah.
No, it is not only is it a sympathetic performance, I think
I didn't cry.
no one's asking you shit. Nobody cares anymore about your little C or Mark's little D.
Hey. Wow.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Wow.
Literally nobody cares about it.
Literally nobody cares. No, I think this is a perfectly cast role. I know that is obviously a controversial thing to say. And obviously for 1999, that was the only way that this would have been cast. I'm actually just really taken aback by
You're welcome.
Can I
that's
ask
C,
something?
C and D.
I
Here
have
we go.
such a hard time understanding the inconsistency of saying that it was okay for its time, but we've downgraded other performances because of their time, which was long before this.
I don't
6
do that,
years.
though.
We gave an F to Luis Rayner, right?
Yeah, but it's a bad performance anyway. It was
Agree, I
bad at
gave
the
it a D.
time.
I agree, but I think it's unfair to say that it for its time. Now, personally,
Mhm.
I am somebody who will not impact a film or a performance because of the time it was made. The time it was made has to be under consideration when you evaluate a film.
Yes.
Something like, In the Heat of the Night or whatnot, which to me remains a classic, despite how problematic it may feel now, because in its time, this is what it was. So that's where I have a hard time, is when we say it's okay here, but it's not okay there. And I don't mean to call you out, Eric, or anybody else.
No,
but
I
that's
think
what I'm
it's
hearing today.
I think it's perfectly valid because what we're doing is essentially a retrospective. So when you do a retrospective, you look at it, you look at something from the time it was released and everything happening at that time.
Right.
And you look at it from your lenses of right now. That's completely
Fair.
valid.
Or when you
and
saw it too.
or yeah, sure, or when you saw it. So I think that's fair. I think it's completely fair to ding it for being problematic in terms of casting. I'm not going to dismiss that.
Yeah.
I'm choosing not to do that because I think the importance of the story uh, far outweighed the likelihood of it never getting made otherwise.
Right.
And even something like this was always going to be an absolute struggle to even exist.
Yeah.
And for better or for worse, yes, it vaulted Hilary Swank into a place where she has 2 Oscars now, and Annette Bening has none. And
Both times.
Natalie Portman and Hilary Swank are the bane of Annette Bening's existence. I understand that. I sympathize with that. But no, I'm dead serious when I say this is one of my absolute all-time favorite
Emma Stone,
wins and
too.
performances. I think it is flawless. I think it is so physically inhabited that it is alarming. Her physical resemblance is alarming. And, I mean, I was hyper aware of this case at the time. Same as like the Matthew Shepard at the time. These were at the top of my understanding and my fear of just existing. So I found this to be just shocking that it did exist and had a life and a platform that was above just being a video release that was stuck in the gay and lesbian section of the video store, even though it's neither of those things. Yeah, I think it is a perfect performance.
An S, two A's, a C, and a D.
That's tough.
That's a tough grade to put. I think that's like a high
I
B,
think B.
low.
It's a B.
It's a high B.
It's a B.
It's like a high B, low A situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because the S puts it over the top. I think we're gonna just
Again, that was going to happen regardless. So
Yeah.
I think we'll stick it at A, and we'll just move on.
Okay.
Who read 99?
That was me.
That was you. Okay, Mark. 1996. Frances
Oh,
McDormand.
boy.
Fargo.
It's gonna get fun in here, I think. 1996, we had the great Frances McDormand winning for Fargo. She beat out Brenda Blethyn for Secrets and Lies, Diane Keaton for Marvin's Room, Kristen Scott Thomas for The English Patient, and Emily Watson for Breaking the Waves. I think it's a perfectly fine performance. I would probably rank it fourth in that lineup. I give it a C.
Oh, Mark, not big on
Wow.
Fargo. Sophia.
Or
Not big on
Frances in general.
Frances, what you guys were saying earlier about actresses that we just don't get, that will forever be Frances, and it just gets exponentially
Mark
separated
choosing violence
every time
towards the
she
end of
wins
this
another
episode.
Oscar.
Yes.
Damn.
Sophia.
So she's
Cool. This is an S tier for me. I love this performance and think it's just a really cool win. It's different, it's original. It also, I think she just completely nails Marge Gunderson's optimism that is just so classic to the Midwest. Like she's just, I think, such a perfect character and such a, I don't know, she's a great representation also for one of my favorite films, period. So I don't know. I really enjoy Frances as an actress and her work with her husband, Joel Cohen. So I'm going S tier. This is one of the all-time greats for me.
I'm going A. I think this is Frances's best win. I think that this is an
I
iconic
agree.
performance. But I also know that I've got a bunch of other S's still to come. Do knock it a bit for it is at times a supporting performance in that film. I know that is people go back and forth on that, but I do think she is incredible in it. There's no question about that either. And I would give her the win. I wouldn't for another one we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But I would definitely hear. And when you think of Frances McDormand, you think of March. And so a very, very solid A. Eric.
High S.
Okay.
High S.
Okay.
This is the best performance in a Coen Brothers movie. Because McDormand understands the balance between playing the absurdity of the role and of just being in a Coen Brothers movie and balancing it with making her an actual person too. Because one of the fun things about Coen Brothers movies is that people don't feel real. And that is the fun of it. And you get all of that with Marge Gunderson. And a big portion of that is the accent. It's really easy to kind of tease and make fun of it if you're not from there. But she brings to that not just warmth and sympathy, but incredible intelligence When she is sitting at the dealership with William H. Macy and she knows exactly what's going on, but doesn't reveal her hand. You know what that moment is like? That moment is like Clarice at Buffalo Bill's door asking him to use the phone. I put those in on the like two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
And it is an incredibly intelligent performance.
Yeah.
And this is a lineup that has 3 killer all-timer performances.
Yeah.
And then Kristen Scott Thomas and Diane Keaton are there.
Yeah.
But this is a high S for me.
Kevin?
It's an A tier for me. I think in the interest of time, I'll just say that I agree with a lot of what's been said. I personally would have gone for Emily Watson here, which is a brutal, brutal watch, but also she's transcended in that movie. And Brenda Blethyn is incredible. But yeah, A.
I think 2 A's, 2 S's, and a C. Right?
Is that what it is? Yeah, Mark
dragged it down.
Mark did what he did.
It's in the C tier.
Defense.
Or I'm sorry, the A tier. Sorry.
It's an A tier. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna
an A tier. It's great.
I don't think you're gonna come back
Still
from
feels
that,
low.
Mark. So
I've been holding that one. Come on.
like a turd in the chamber.
2022, Michelle Yeoh, Everything Everywhere All at Once.
You taught me about the defense, Eric. Don't blame me. You're the one who taught me this defensive scheme shit.
Kate Blanchett in Tar, Ana de Armas for Blonde, Andrea Riseborough to Leslie, Michelle Williams, The Fablemans. Yeah, this is going to get contentious.
We have so many to go.
I know we do. We have a couple more.
We need to go quickly.
I'm going to be quick. I'm putting this in the D tier. It has nothing to do with.
God.
Wait, D as in dog?
Yes.
D as in dildo.
Like the end of this show just fell apart so fast.
When people talk
amazing.
about this performance, Kevin, I think, brought it up earlier about like some performances you don't think deserve to win Oscars because they aren't Oscar performances. And that is this film. I will always think of this as a genre exercise that opens up South by Southwest and nothing more and nothing less. And when you have a Titanic performance that goes up against it.
Yeah, it's true.
It is insane. And that when we talked about Emma Stone, I said, I don't understand how certain narratives build literally for 1 year and of the other. And it will forever be this case. I do not think it is that good of a performance. I think that there are better performances inside of the film from other actors, not Jamie Lee Curtis. And I think that both Kate Blanchett and Michelle Williams give incredible performances that I would have eaten. Like Kate Wynn would have put her in the S tier. Michelle would have easily put her in the A tier. Yeah. I think they're phenomenal performances. Ana de Armas, that performance, whatever. That film, that's a mess. And then the To Leslie of it all. Don't even want to go there. We don't have enough time.
Fuck you, Leslie.
Exactly. So I just think that I can feel the campaign and I can feel the Jamie Lee Curtis of it all. I don't think it's a good performance or a good film. And it hasn't aged well, particularly in the last 3 years as well either. I think that, yeah, it's not good. Eric?
I don't absolutely hate this performance. It's a low C. But obviously when weighed against Kate Blanchett.
Kevin loves this performance.
It's fine. I think there's better things going on around Michelle Yeoh than
beautiful rocks, lovely rocks.
Her performance.
My God.
Yeah. Kevin?
It's an A very easily for me. This is a performance of a lifetime. I'm very happy she won for this. I would have voted for her, even though Kate Blanchett is also there for Tar, giving an equally great performance. I was elated when she won. She does absolutely everything. Her range is off the charts. What is asked of her is equally, I think, as challenging as what's asked of Kate Blanchett in Tar, and she does not get the credit for it. And people always just make it about narrative. when it's actually the fact that they love the movie the most. That's pretty much what helped put her over the top. And I just think it's an incredible performance, and she lands the ending. So yeah, easy A for me.
Mark?
I'm with Kevin. It's an A. I do love it. I love Michelle Yeoh. I do think Blanchett was the S, though.
Sophia?
I'm between an A and a B here, honestly, because Michelle Yeoh is the only thing I like about Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like, I'm one of those people who's lower on the film overall. But she was actually, I think she demonstrates like pretty good range. And I think if you're thinking about like what's asked of Michelle Williams, Andrea Riseborough, and Ana de Armas, which blonde, my God, there just isn't the kind of like versatility there in genre work. And I think it's an example of a role that's perfectly fit to the actress and what she's done in the past. So I think it's actually like if Michelle Yeoh is going to win an Oscar, this is the one that makes sense, not Wicked or some of the other things that are happening,
or the canceled television shows or all that other stuff.
But I think
Should've won for Crouch.
I'm gonna go right in the middle here with B. But I think, I mean, I would have given it to Kate for Tar, but I also think it was one of the great showdowns in this category too.
Yeah.
And I think also if Everything Everywhere won Best Picture and Jamie Lee Curtis won, if Michelle didn't win, I think it would actually be crazy.
Well,
yeah,
that would be bad.
It would be one of those things where we're just like, wait a second,
how did she
what
win
happened there?
Kwan win, and then they win all those Oscars and not Michelle.
Yeah, it's like what I talked about with Poor Things and with Anora.
Yeah,
too.
And then with like Oppenheimer on the other side of those things in the actor categories. So she, I think, by the law of averages, goes in the B category, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So
yeah,
B is where she will go. All right, 1952, Shirley Booth, Sophia.
Shirley Booth. Let me get here. Sorry, I didn't realize I was going next. One second. Okay, so we also have Joan Crawford for Sudden Fear, Bette Davis for The Star, Julie Harris, The Member of the Wedding, and Susan Hayward with The Song in My Heart. This is S tier for me. I love this performance. I watched it for the first time after the great Andrew Carden kept talking about it being the great Best Actress winning performance. And I think it's also it's one of those very different types of wins that we have too. I'm not going to drone on because I think we do have a lot to get to and little time. But for me, this is one of those performances that when I first watched it, it just totally blew me away. And it's the type of performance or the type of role I think that I can only see Shirley Booth in it. So she's one of my S tiers.
Gonna abstain.
Okay.
Haven't seen it in a long, long time. So gonna abstain. Erik.
I mean, anybody that's ever listened to me on Kevin's show knows that this is pretty much my favorite. This is again a high S tier.
Wow.
I love
watching Mark's face.
I know I'm liking it.
The drama and the
get
theatrics.
Yeah.
I love that she won the Tony for this after this. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's no, it is a yeah, it's a perfect performance. Yeah.
Kevin?
It's an A for me. I think, she didn't have much of a film career, but that doesn't matter. I think the performance is just shattering. It's raw, it's vanity free, it's just a gift of a part. So definitely, absolutely, without question, the best in that category.
Mark?
Yeah.
So this is where I think I stop writing for AwardsWatch. I'm going to be kicked off the podcast mid-sentence.
We knew it was going to come. We got to 87 people, and he finally is going to get kicked out of here.
This is my least favorite Oscar-winning film of all time. I hate this movie with the passion of 1,000 suns. I give it an F, and I would give everything about that movie an F.
Wow.
Wow.
So I think this will average out to
But I still love
around
you guys.
a B because of that F.
That's a one-way street, Mark. My God.
I know
Damn.
you. I know. I thought about moving it to a C after hearing you guys go, so that
You
you
should
wouldn't
move
hate me.
out of state.
But I swear I had that. That is not defense. That is just my absolute hate for that movie. I'm
I mean,
sorry.
I don't love the movie either, but the performance is
Everybody has
okay.
one.
All right.
Everybody has one.
So
Eric,
sorry.
19.
Wow.
Wait, so where did we end up with her? Sorry, I got like
In the,
very
in,
lost
I think
there.
in the
B.
B is where because of the
B
F.
is-
Wow.
B is fair. B is fair.
Yeah. 1946, Eric, Olivia de Havilland, to each his own.
To each his own. Isn't that fucking appropriate? What
I-
just happened?
you couldn't make it even better if I could.
Holy shit
Holy
balls.
shit, yeah.
Okay,
Mm.
all right. Let's try and
Right,
carry
all right,
on.
all right. Let's
Let's
bring
try
it
to
in.
let's try to wrap this up
Like
without
that just
killing Mark.
happened.
Yeah.
Okay, joining Olivia de Havilland was Celia Johnson for Brief Encounter, Jennifer Jones, her again for Duel in the Sun, Rosalind Russell, Sister Kenny, and Jane Wyman, the Yearling.
Sister Kidman.
I'll just say B and move on.
Yeah, it's B. If it's Celia Johnson, on the other hand, we're talking S's of all S winners. Kevin.
That would have been cool.
It's a B. Celia Johnson was robbed.
Yes.
We all know this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kevin said that with his chest. He was like,
Well,
she was robbed. Yeah, because
it's true.
Because Brief
Yeah.
Encounter is one of the greatest films of all time.
Yeah.
Mark?
B.
B. Sophia?
Make that 5.
Make that 5. All right.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Here we are.
Kevin, 1994, Jessica Lange, Blue Sky.
Oh Lord. Okay. What a year that is, too. All right.
Oh,
Other
Penny the
nominees joining Miss Lang in Blue Sky: Jodie Foster in Nell,
yeah.
Miranda Richardson in Tom and Viv, Winona Ryder in Little Women, and Susan Sarandon in The Client.
This is rough.
Ay, ay, ay.
I'm just going to say.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how we landed there in 1994, but
No,
I thought you guys were serious about this being a good lineup. I almost like had a panic attack.
no.
Like
no.
they're gonna fucking
It's-
hate me at this point.
Well, you might like it, Mark. I don't know anymore.
I don't know anymore.
yeah,
We've
anything
gotten
is
into
possible.
Anything into the delusional phase of this
Hey,
show.
You guys
Kevin.
like Coming Home more than The Deer Hunter. I digress.
Yeah. You're right on that one.
This is D tier for me. This film is trash. Very silly film. I think it's also a very hammy performance more often than not. She's kind of at an 11 for most of the film, which is entertaining enough, sort of in like a Butterfield 8 train wreck kind of way. But I think my appreciation for this is more ironic than like genuine because she just is. She's too much. This is another lineup that kind of sucks, but I do think Winona Ryder maybe should have won this by default, kind of like how I defaulted to Keira Knightley in 2005. So, yeah.
Mark,
Yeah, I go C. Like nothing new to add.
Sophia.
I'd go D. I don't like the performance or the film.
I go F. I don't like the film, performance, or the lineup. I wouldn't give it to any one of them. If we had the chance to get rid of everybody here, I would, and that's including Winona Ryder and Little
Wow.
Women. Don't like that film.
You guys are very unpredictable.
Yeah,
This is really
For me-
taking a
for me-
turn.
You guys, I have no idea where you're going.
that's the point.
I've been wrong so many times with you guys.
Eric.
Susan Hayward was rolling over in her grave that she couldn't give a performance this bad. This
Uh,
this for 1994, this fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And it has, there is no amount of revisiting that's like, oh, maybe, it wasn't
Maybe
that,
we'll turn
it was
around.
that bad.
Yeah.
It was really between, like, literally, you knew these voters were like, are we going to give Jodie Foster her
A third one.
Or
Yeah.
are we going to give Jessica Lange a
They
second?
really wanted.
That's-
to
I
do
thought
that
I
now.
thought Foster was gonna win.
Well, she won the SAG because it was the first time that she was
Hell
really
yeah.
eligible.
Yeah.
So yeah, we dodged one bullet and we got hit by another.
Oh,
Eric, give me a
man.
grade. quickly.
D.
Thank you. All right, it's in the D category.
Yeah.
All right. Who did Blue Sky just right now?
That was me.
That was you. Mark,
Mhm.
2017, your
Of
favorite
course
actress,
it's me.
Frances McDormand,
Oh,
3
fuck
billboards
off.
outside of Ebbing, Missouri.
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
aside from Francis, we had Sally Hawkins, Shape of Water, Margot Robbie for I, Tonya,
Arobi.
Saoirse Ronan, Lady Bird, Meryl Streep, The Post. I have Francis at a C.
Okay. Sophia?
I also went, oh no, where did I put this? Sorry. I'm gonna go C here. I really, don't need this as Francis's second win. I think I would have been fine with Fargo and Nomadland being her Oscars. And I also really like Sally Hawkins in The Shape of Water, even though I don't really care for that movie. I love Saoirse Ronan so much in Lady Bird, but our real winner, Vicky Creeps for Phantom Thread, is not here.
Yeah.
Get out of
very
there,
true.
Margot Robbie for I, Tonya. I know
Aw.
that's a controversial thing too, but I
Get out
don't
of there,
care for
McDormand.
that. But yeah, so that's where I'm gonna land.
I give it it's like a low C to D. I'm going to be nice because I do like Francis.
Okay.
I think that movie screenplay is horrid, and McDonough doesn't understand the subject he's trying to talk about, which is America. And I think that it's like in the middle. I think Saoirse, this is one of the chances she could have had to win her Oscar. Sally Hawkins not winning always felt weird too because they loved that film. But I stand up for Meryl in The Post. I think she's excellent. And I don't think people give The Post enough credit. I know it sort of felt like just Oscar bait, kind of released that right at the time before the election and everything. But I do think Meryl is very good in that film. And then Margot Robbie exists. So she went on. She's Barbie and she's got all the producing credits. She's fine. Eric.
It's a really low C. This
Yeah.
is Frances McDormand playing Frances McDormand. It's
I-
really flat for me.
I do like when she kicks that girl right in the crotch.
I was
though.
just literally going to follow it up with exactly that. I use that GIF all the time
That's what
because
went from C to D was the kick.
that's why it's just barely low C. But
Which
she's
that was the
probably
whole movie on a loop.
she is probably fifth in this lineup for me.
Yeah. Well, she'd be fourth for me, but I get it. Kevin.
It's also a C for me.
Okay.
I thought I was going to be the low ball on that one, but yeah, I think this is her worst win. I think Sally Hawkins would have gotten my vote. Saoirse Ronan, this would have been a great opportunity for her. I even had an appreciation for Margot Robbie on the rewatch when I didn't really feel that way in my initial watch. And Meryl is, like Ryan said, excellent in The Post. So, yeah, great speech though.
2019. Renee Zellweger and Judy. We had Cynthia Erivo for Harriet. Jesus. Scarlett Johansson for Marriage Story. Saoirse Ronan, Little Women. And Charlize Theron in Bombshell. This is F. I'm on the record thinking that this is one of the truly worst Oscar wins of the last 25 years. A completely unnecessary campaign that led to a second win that nobody asked for. The lineup's pretty rough. I would give it to Saoirse. I think if there's a Joe March performance of the Little Women adaptations of the last 30 years, I think Saoirse's delivering and knocking it out of the park. Should have kind of been that. I also could see the arguments because a lot of people love Marriage Story for Scarlett Johansson. She had a huge year that year with that and Jojo Rabbit. Regardless of what you think of the films, they've given it to people with lesser work, Alicia Vikander. So, and we talked about Kate Winslet as well. Zellweger, no. The Cold Mountain win, no. These are just no. Absolute no's. So, F. Eric.
I'm a little bit kinder to this than that, and I really shouldn't be. Like
No, you shouldn't.
historically, this really should be an F.
It is.
Since she clearly lended Rami Malek her teeth from this fucking movie, or vice versa, actually. But
No, Bohemian came out first. So.
yeah, he gave them to her.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a low C.
That's
It's
nice.
not a good movie. I think it's a pretty stiff impression
Yeah.
versus interpretation.
So,
But weirdly, I don't hate it.
Kevin.
I am also at a C for this. I think as a purely dramatic performance, some of it does work. I think as a performance of once in a lifetime entertainer, Judy Garland doesn't quite get there. I don't love the choice to even do her own singing because that is, not doesn't really work out. But yes, I think Saoirse Ronan, this would have been a lovely time to reward her.
Eric, did you see this movie at Telluride?
I did, yes.
That makes sense. All right.
I did. And talked to her about it.
Yeah.
At length, actually. It was a really good conversation.
Did she have the twang or not?
Yes.
Okay. Because it went in and out throughout the season. I remember that. Mark.
Also a C.
Yeah. See? And Sophia.
C for me. I don't think she's the worst in her lineup, which is what prevents me from going all the way
Charlize?
down. But I think it's unfortunate. Yeah, Charlize.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate for me that she just kind of, everyone just randomly decided that this was happening and that she was just going to walk away with this Oscar when the person she's portraying didn't get any.
Bingo.
That's an issue I have, but I recommend listening to Kevin your episode with Izzy. It's great.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a good episode.
It's fun.
I just hate that we just did back-to-back Saoirse Ronan years where she should have 2.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Yeah.
I agree. Eric.
Uh-oh.
We'll just go see on that. That's
What year?
1994. I'm sorry, 1944. Ingrid Bergman. See, it's getting to that.
Don't make us revisit 94 already.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Gaslight.
All right. But Ryan, we already did that year.
God damn it. Don't gaslight me on the show. Don't do this to me.
I had to do it to you. I had
know.
to do it. All right. Joining Ingrid Bergman, Claudette Colbert, Since You Went Away, Betty Davis, Mr. Skeffington, Greer Garson again, Mrs. Parkington, Barbara Stanwyck, Double Indemnity. Now,
do you think Mr. Skeffington and Miss Parkington had lunch or something during the season? Anyway, just point of thought. Anyway, back to you, Eric.
yes, with Mr. and Mrs. Bridge.
There you go.
Okay.
Come on, girl.
I really like this performance. I really like the movie, but Barbara Stanwyck, again, is here. And that really drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Because Bergman has 3 and Stanwyck has none.
So,
And that hurts.
B, C?
I'm just going to be it.
All right.
Let it be.
Be the moment. Yeah.
Mhm.
Eric. Kevin. Sorry. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, a B for me too. It's a very reactive performance, but she's very, very watchable. You do really sympathize with her. Very close this year with her and Barbara Stanwyck. I do think the latter has certainly stood the test of time more, but I still think this is her best win. And so, I don't know. It's a B. It's good.
Marcus Johnson.
Give it an A. I think she's terrific, and I think it's her best win.
Okay. Sophia.
I give it an A too. I think it's her best win and one of her great performances, but I'd go with Stanwyck here pretty easily.
That's what keeps it out of us.
It's one of her best. I give her a B. But Stanwyck would have been another all-time S performance. And if you want to read about that, go over the website. Sophia wrote about Double Indemnity last year. It's a great piece up on the website.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think that goes in the B tier. All right.
Yeah.
2010, Kevin, Natalie Portman, Black Swan.
Ooh, very good year. So we also had Annette Bening, here she is again, for The Kids Are All Right. Nicole Kidman in Rabbit Hole, Jennifer Lawrence in Winter's Bone, and Michelle Williams in Blue Valentine.
What a year.
What a year.
What a year.
Yes. I actually went with an A on this one. I actually really love this performance. I know that Aronofsky is not for everyone. I totally understand that. But I do think this is she's just so in the pocket of this performance. Obviously, incredibly physical. She nails the fragility of it. Yeah, I just think even in this great category that this was a deserving win.
Mark?
I know not everyone agrees.
I agree. I'm borderline S, but I'll go A.
Okay. Sophia?
I actually just rewatched this movie for this episode because I'm not very high on the movie or on Aronofsky, but I really love her performance. I think it's great, and I'm happy Natalie has an Oscar, so I'm going to go A.
I give her a B. I really like the performance, but I can't stand the film. I think it's super derivative, like most of Darren Aronofsky's work. And there is an S performance nominated in this category. It would be like upper tier. I think Michelle Williams in Blue Valentine is incredible. One of the best performances of that decade. I also think Nicole Kidman in Rabbit Hole is fantastic and amazing. And Jennifer Lawrence, like, this is the best Oscar nomination she's ever had for a movie. Winter's Bone's fantastic. And Annette Bening is good. I wouldn't say she's great. And the kids are all right. But she's got some great moments, especially towards the end of the film, that I absolutely love. Portman would be like 4 or 5. But I do love that she has an Oscar. Again, I think her better performance is something like Jackie. But yeah, I give her a B because I think she rises above all the annoying tendencies of Darren Aronofsky. So B. Erik?
It's an A. In fact, I think I would give an A to every single nominee.
Yeah.
This
Agreed.
lineup is just
Great.
fucking incredible.
It's a good lineup. She's going in the A tier. Sophia Ciminello, 1976. Faye Dunaway,
Thank
Network.
you. Yeah, so we have Faye Dunaway winning for Network. I know you said it, but I'm going to say it again.
Yeah.
Our nominees, we have Marie-Christine Barreau for Cousine, Talia Shire for Rocky, Sissy Spacek for Carrie, and Liv Ullmann for Face to Face. So in preparation for this episode, I did a re-ranking of every actress performance, and this is my favorite performance of all time now that has won the Best Actress
Wow.
Oscar.
Mm.
She has unseated Vivian Leigh. I know Erik and Ryan, you're probably happy about that. But this is, my favorite winner of all time. I think that this is perfectly this role of Diana Christensen. It's playing with Faye Dunaway's persona. She is so funny in this movie the whole entire time. She's wicked. She gets the tone that Patty Chayefsky created with the script so perfectly. And it is so rare that we have villainous women winning here. I can just imagine the anonymous ballots now if this performance came out. I didn't like her. She was
steely.
cold. I don't like women like this. She wasn't good. No, she's perfect.
Couldn't root
and
for her.
I have the picture of her poolside with her Oscar hanging up in my apartment.
There you go.
It's perfect. S tier, S tier, S tier.
Marka?
This is
Where
one
you
of my least favorite performances. I'm just kidding.
Holy
This is in my top 3 of all time. So easy S.
Kevin?
Yeah, actually, easy S for me too.
There you go.
She is incredible. Delicious performance. I become obsessed with it every time I watch this movie.
Erik?
Easy S. Nobody else could have done it like this.
No, it's an easy S. A
Yeah.
movie that, once again, over the pandemic, was one that grew for me. It's an insanely rewatchable, quotable, insane film. Wouldn't be my best picture winner that year, but like it's like a coin flip between it and All the President's Men, 2 films I think are absolutely incredible masterpieces. But love this performance, and S tier across the board. Okay, Erik, 2015, Brie Larson in Room.
Okay, joining Brie Larson, we have
In the Room.
Kate Blanchett in Carol, Jennifer Lawrence in Joy, Charlotte Rampling in 45 Years, and Saoirse Ronan in Brooklyn. I like Larson in this. I like the film. It's a pretty boring B though for me. Just
Yeah.
in the face of competition, especially.
Yeah.
And also because she's upstaged by her little co-star.
by Flounder. All right, Kevin.
Yeah, it's a B for many of those same reasons. I think she's like fourth in that lineup for me. Charlotte Rampling would be my winner. Cate Blanchett is unbelievable. Saoirse Ronan is unbelievable. Jennifer Lawrence, hi. Yeah.
Hello.
Fourth. It's solid. Don't have much to say about it.
B. Mark.
B.
B. All right, Sophia.
B for Brie. She's also fourth in my lineup.
C, like C or D for me, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
I don't like the film. I don't think the performance is good. I wouldn't nominate Tremblay within a mile. We talked about this earlier on a retrospective this year. I said my case. I think it's like a pretty like lifetime pedestrian movie. And I think that Blanchett is better, even though it should have been Mara in the category. I think Rampling is, because Rooney Mara's the lead of Carol.
They're
Like,
co-leads.
I wouldn't take Kate out.
I would swap them. I'd just swap them.
That's two women can be in the same category from the same film.
Well, that's fair. But, well, then I would kick off Jennifer Lawrence and her mop. But
I think everyone's fine with that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
everybody would be fine with that. And I agree with
Not
Kevin.
a controversial
I
opinion.
agree with Kevin. I think Charlotte Rampling is giving a phenomenal performance in 45 years. And but Bree's going in the B category. Okay. Kevin, 1974.
Ooh, yes.
Alice
Yeah.
doesn't live here anymore.
Yes. Okay. So we also had Diane Carroll in Claudine, Faye Dunaway in Chinatown, Valerie Perrine in Lenny, and Jenna Rollins in A Woman Under the Influence. Incredible lineup, top to bottom.
Incredible.
Any one of them would have been phenomenal winners. I have her in A, even though she might rank, slightly lower than others here. Yeah, I mean, Jenna Rollins would have been an S tier, but yeah, Ellen Burstyn, she's putting in very good work. It's a little like what I said last week with Emma Thompson, where it's just kind of like following a woman who is making choices in her life, and she inhabits that very well, very complex. I would have gone with Jenna Rollins ultimately.
Mark?
S tier for me. I love Burstyn. I love this performance. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 S's in this field.
Yeah.
So,
Sophia?
I really like this performance. I'm going A tier here, even though I would have gone with Jenna Rollins as my pick and then Faye Dunaway above Burstyn, but I think it's a great performance and a good win for her in her career, even though I wouldn't pick her.
Erik?
Yeah, A tier, but my second to Jenna Rollins here.
A tier. I don't think there's really should be a lot of controversy. I think it's a great performance. I know a lot of people with Jenna Rollins, it's such a titanic, big performance. It's such a great performance. But I think Burstyn's just as great here. The fact that she kind of made this movie too, and the behind the scenes, like Sophia and I talked about this a couple years ago on an old podcast about how, she was the one to really get Scorsese involved with this, and that this was the cachet of the Exorcist and all that stuff, and I think she delivers a fantastic performance in here. Also, shout out Chris Christopherson, the late great Chris Christopherson, who looks like an absolute snack in that movie. So I'm just gonna put that out there. But she goes in the A tier, and a very high A tier. Mark?
yes.
1951, Vivian Leigh, A Streetcar Named Desire.
Oh, good. I get what's probably my favorite win of all time. So it's Vivian Leigh, Streetcar Named Desire. She beat out Katharine Hepburn, African Queen, Eleanor Parker, Detective Story, Shelley Winters, A Place in the Sun, Jane Wyman, The Blue Veil. That's a pretty good lineup as well. I just said she's probably my favorite. She's at least top 3 for me, so it's an S.
S. All right, Sophia?
S for me as well. I think this is a perfect combination of actress and role, and my favorite Blanche Dubois performance. Even with my great Kate there, I think it's pretty remarkable what she does alongside the other actors in that ensemble who are also all great. But this is also a really good representation of what Vivian Leigh was going through in her life. So it's a good, like I said, marriage of actor and part.
Kevin?
It's S for me as well. Even though I am willing to kill my darling here if we're going to go with Gone with the Wind as Vivian's S tier, which I think most people agree on here more. So yeah, it's incredible work. She towers over this lineup. I love all her banter with Marlon Brando. So delicious.
Erik?
It's your chance to be Mark.
I don't know if I could sink that low. I don't know. No, like with the last episode and Gone with the Wind, I'm going to be a little bit kinder than maybe I expected and give this a C. I still think she is acting in a completely different movie than everybody else. I think everyone else is working in film and with more raw and realistic performances, especially like Kim Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
And Leigh is just never leaves the stage. I don't know. I think this is honestly more a Tennessee Williams thing though than it is a Vivian Leigh thing, because this theme is pretty repeated in his work. It's like Sweet Bitter Youth. It's a really common theme, which is great, again, I say this way too much in this podcast, but as a gay person, I love seeing older actresses and younger men. I think it's like the greatest thing ever.
A gay person?
A gay person.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is my big coming out. Happy Pride, everybody.
Happy Pride.
But yeah, I've seen this so many times. And I haven't, not even with the intent of like, am I totally stupid? Am I wrong? Do I need to change my mind?
Yes.
It just doesn't do it for me.
I get it. I go C as well.
Oh,
yeah. I told you. I
don't pay attention to what you say.
Last episode, I was like, if I have one of her wins that I think is better, I would say that it's Gone with the Wind.
Oh,
because of the character and the way that's intended. But I think it's a C, and that was me being nice to the.
But I'll say that I think that the way the character is written here is in the same way that it's with Gone with the Wind, where like she is supposed to be more theatrical, right? Like she is in a different world than the rest of the people in the film.
I just like that more in that film, I guess.
That's fair.
More than here. But that's just preference, I guess. But I think there's 3 S's and 2 C's. I think that's a high A.
Yeah,
for sure.
Choose. All right.
Yeah.
And lastly, 1987, Cher, Moonstruck, Kevin, Glenn Close, Fatal Attraction, Holly Hunter, Broadcast News, Sally
Excuse me?
Kirkland, Anna, and Meryl Streep, Ironweed, the prequel to Iron Man. So, Kevin, I'm gonna start with you. Where would you put Cher?
Okay. I have her in A. I'm glad we're ending on another high here after last week with Elizabeth Taylor. It's true.
Yeah.
It's not a joke.
Yeah.
I would have voted for Glenn. This is the one where, thinking of her in Fatal Attraction and then Dangerous Liaisons and then The Wife, this is the one where I'm least heartbroken of those 3. But I think a lot of that is because Cher is just iconic. This is one of my favorite rom-com performances of all time. She is luminous. Her scene at the opera is incredible. She has her snap out of it, which still hits, literally. So, yeah, I love it. It perfect.
Mark?
It's very good. I give it a B.
Alrighty.
Sophia?
I would go A
B
here.
is good. God damn it! I gave Emma Stone a B for La La Land. How many times do I keep saying it? B is good.
I I really like this win, but for me, it really, you could also look to Holly Hunter for broadcast news. I really love that
Yeah.
performance in that movie, and of course, Glenn in Fatal Attraction. So it's a great movie year. I really like this year, and I still like this win for sure. Also, Bob Mackie, great at the Oscars.
Eric.
This is an S tier win, even though I would vote Holly Hunter over Cher. But it is one of those funny things where, yes, Holly Hunter in broadcast news, that is a Holly Hunter performance. Cher here is just, again, one of those perfect convergences of persona and role in a nobody else could have done this kind of way.
I would give her S. I think that it's a pretty damn near perfect role and suitable for Cher and her talents. And I think that it is one of those performances that I rewatch a lot. It's very iconic. I do also think that Glenn is fantastic in Fatal Attraction. My other choice would actually be Holly Hunter, just like you, Eric, in broadcast news. I think that those, like all three of those winners, those would all be S performances, doing things that these actresses have really never been like done in their careers up to this point, and even for some beyond. Until Glenn did that Tyler Perry movie, she hadn't done like a villain like that before. No, I'm just kidding. But I think that Cher is perfect in this movie, and the movie is a 5 out of 5 masterpiece. But I think it's gonna go in the A tier based off of everything, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
And
Which
with
gives
that,
us exactly 15.
it does,
S's.
Mark.
Wow.
So we don't have to kill
Good
anybody.
job.
We don't have to kill
We have to
anything.
kill
Wow.
anyone.
So our 15 S tier performances are Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, Shirley MacLaine in Terms of Endearment, Liza Minnelli in Cabaret, Maggie Smith, The Private Miss Jean Brodie, Jane Fonda in Clute, Katharine Hepburn, The Lion and the Winter, Kate Blanchett for Blue Jasmine, Elizabeth Taylor, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, Julia Roberts and Erin Brockovich, Meryl Streep in Sophie's Choice, Joan Crawford and Mildred Pierce, Charlize Theron for Monster, Jodie Foster, The Silence of the Lambs, Diane Keaton, Annie Hall, and Faye Dunaway for Network.
Nice.
What do we think of that?
I can agree
Love
with
it.
12 of the 15. That's pretty solid.
That's
Yeah.
pretty solid, right?
We had three.
I have a lot of S's in there, but I gave out a lot of S's.
You
so-
did. You were
Yeah.
just giving them out like a sweepstakes.
Yeah.
We had 3 that we were unanimous S's on. Do you remember what they were?
I believe that was Katharine Hepburn.
Yep.
And I believe it was Faye Dunaway.
Bang.
And then
Liz
Was it-
Taylor.
wasn't
Liz
Taylor?
Taylor.
That's it. Those are your
Yeah.
three.
Those are the 3. Wow.
Wow.
All right. Kevin,
Hmm.
thank you so much for coming on this exercise and doing this. It was
Thank
a
you.
wild ride for the last 2 weeks. I
It
hope
was a
this-
journey.
It was
We had fun.
The
It's
Journey by Diane Warren. That's for sure. Can you tell everybody where they can find you and all your work on the internet? And Kevin, before you get out of here, if you could give us one actress that you hope joins the ranks of these 98 winners, who would you want? I mean, obviously the answer could be Glenn, but if Glenn's your answer, you can let us know that too. But anybody that you hope would one day join this lineup that we can add and rank all together.
Sure. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for this. This was actually very fun. As long as it was, I feel like I went through like a true experience
You're welcome.
with all of you. So yeah, you could find me at Kevin_Jacobsen on most social media. You can find my podcast, The and the Runner-Up Is, where we talk way in depth on Best Actress every single year. And then you can find my new show, The World According to Glenn, which just premiered last week as of this recording, talking all about the career of Glenn Close. And should go without saying that to answer your question, it's Glenn Close. Come on.
What do you want her to win for? At this point, anything?
Yeah.
Or is
What
there
do you mean?
a specific role you'd like her to do, in order to win? Or
Well, obviously Sunset Boulevard is always hanging around there. So if the stars could align and that works out, then I'm happy for her.
Awesome. All right.
Yep.
Go listen to Kevin's new show. First episode premiered last week with Cody Derricks. And
It's
it
very
was
good.
It was very good.
Thank you.
Mark Johnson. Same drill.
I'm Mark Johnson. You can follow me at Mark Likes Movies.
Didn't
And
sound like it at some points today.
I mean, you gotta listen. Eric taught me the strategy. I applied it.
There you go.
The actress that I think I'd most like to see win is Amy Adams.
Yeah. Another long overdue narrative. All right. Sophia Ciminello.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Letterboxd, Sophia_Sim. You can find my podcast, Oscar Wilde, wherever you listen to podcasts, reviews, interviews at AwardsWatch. I'm not going with the overdue thing here, and I'm just picking an actress I love who I want to see holding an Oscar, and that is my Ohio Queen, Miss Carrie Coon.
Yeah.
Let's get her an Oscar. Let's get her the
Think
part.
about Carrie.
She
Oh
has
my
it in
God.
her. I want her to win one.
Can I change
yeah.
my vote to Carrie so that
Nope.
I'm here for
Too
the
late,
vote?
Mark. Can't go backwards. We only go forward in this podcast.
Good pick.
Erik Anderson. Same drill.
You can find me at awardswatch.com and awards_watch on Twitter and just awardswatch everywhere else. Who would I like to see as a winner? Somebody I think that is probably going to happen to, and I hope sooner than later, and that would be Michelle Williams.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Great
Yeah.
call.
She's knocking on that door.
Yeah.
So might be winning another Emmy here soon.
She better.
You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Letterboxd, Blue Sky, Ryan McQuade 77. If you like podcasts, we do the Director Watch podcast that comes out on Thursday. This week, we're talking about one of Eric's favorite films, The Lovely Bones, on the Peter Jackson movie set.
Why am I dragged into this?
I don't know. You have it 5 stars out of 5 on Letterboxd. It's crazy.
That's
It's
a
one of your
lie.
4 favorites. Anyway, please go listen to that series. It's been really great so far. And has our good friend Karen Peterson on that episode with us. 5 stars on iTunes, Spotify. I greatly appreciate it. While you're over on the website, please sign up for the newsletter. We greatly appreciate you signing up for that. For myself, I mean, this is tough. Like, honestly, Michelle Williams was a great answer. Glenn, obviously. Amy Adams would be great. Carrie Coon's an awesome answer. Someone that I think can get films made today, and I think she down the road will make great choices, and hopefully will be in this category again, or for the first time, would be Zendaya.
I knew that was coming.
I think that she would be great and make smart choices after Challengers. I'm really high on that. But honestly, the real answer is a person that we talked about a lot today. Would love Saoirse to finally just get a win. It feels like time. She's had like 5 or 6 nominations. Like,
I thought you were going to say Deborah Kerr, and I'm like,
yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think that one's gonna happen. But like, I think Saoirse would be great, and I think that it wasn't for that movie last year that she was in that nobody remembers, but it's gonna come sooner rather than later. I hope it's in the Best Actress category.
Yeah, either Saoirse or maybe Frances McDormand getting a 4th. Would be just fucking terrific.
4 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri.
We will be back next week. We will be talking about new releases. We will be talking about Celine Song's Materialists, and we will be talking about Wes Anderson's The Phoenician Scheme. So thank you all so much for listening, and we will see you all next time.